Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So let's continue here. Now we need to, one thing we didn't try is if we logged in as somebody else and tried to add a post here. So let me try that now. I'm going to click here for logging in, and I will log in as Mary this time. Okay, successful login, and I'm in as Mary. So let me try here. A post by Mary. So let's see if that actually works. And there we go. So a post by Mary, and that's Mary there. And so everything seems to work fine. So the thing is, it did not, why it didn't empty that is a subject of debate here. Let me see. Everything looks fine. So why it did not? Okay, so let's go and fix that. So this is on the index page, and when on object success, post holder, emptiness. Okay, so I guess this is the part where we need to. Okay, this is load posts. That shouldn't be the place. This is the submit. And once we are done here, load posts, but we do not clear anything. So everything else here seems to work fine. So I can close the console.logs here, mute them. And what I want to grab is this text thingy, document.text .value right there. So right on the success here, before loading the posts, we can remove that and say .value is equal to empty string, like so. Okay. All right, so let's test that again. We'll say, let me refresh the page. Another post by Mary, and let's do post there. Okay, that worked just fine. Now, before we move these things over to the comment section, we have to fix a few things so that once we move them over, everything is working as intended. So the first thing we need is to create, let's create some pagination here so that it's easy to move around from post to post here. So what we need to do is make it in such a way that once we click next page, it actually moves to the next page. And we can do this in, let's see here. We can do this in a few ways. Okay, so the first way is to use PHP so that we can have a page number in here. So if we don't have a page number, we just consider it page 1. Okay, so let's try and do that. So I'm going to go to the PHP side here, and let me create a variable called page. So I'm going to say page is equal to, I want to get that from the get variable called page. But then I'll put 2 question marks like this to say if it does not exist in the URL, then let's consider page is equal to 1, like so. And then it's important to make page an integer no matter what, because we're grabbing this value from the URL. Now you should never trust anything that comes from the URL. It could be malicious code. So we just have to make sure that it's an integer, and we can do that by simply saying int to make sure it is cast as an integer like so. But then there's more problems here. We need to make sure that page is not less than 1, because we can't have a page like page 0 or page -1. So I'm going to say if page is less than 1, then set page is equal to 1. Okay, something like this. All right, so at this point, our page number is well sanitized. So what we can do now is to push this over into the JavaScript side. Now, this is important because JavaScript is what is loading the posts using that. It's not the PHP, it's the JavaScript. So it needs to know what page number we are on right now, right? So that is important. Now, the thing is, it's going to create a few issues, I guess, because we'll be using both JavaScript and PHP, but we're going to have a simplistic design here. So my post will have page like that. We'll just say page number is equal to. Now here we could put a value like 1, for example. Let's say 1 like that. Page number is equal to 1. So this is cool, but since we are trying to grab the page number from the URL as well, we want to take that into consideration. We're going to put the page from PHP, but since this is PHP, we have to put our PHP tags and the echo sign like so that it's actually echoed here. All right, there we go. So in this case, page number is equal to whatever page number comes from PHP. All right. Now, at the same time, we need to be able to increment that number. So what I'm going to do is add a function to do that here. So I'm going to say function. Oh, sorry, we don't do that. Actually, we do that. I just haven't done it properly. So I'll just say, let me just call it next page, like so. Then that's equal to a function. Let's do previous page as well. Right. Okay, so next page and previous page. So all we have to do is increment this number. This is all. Increment that number. So page number is equal to, now it's going to be my post dot page number. That's what it's going to be. So let's move down here and say, we're just going to say my post dot page number plus equals 1, like that. Or you can say is equal to my post dot page number plus 1. Now we're going to do exactly the same thing here, but in reverse. We're going to minus 1. Now, as always, we want to make sure that we don't go below a certain number. So we're going to say my post dot page number. We need an if statement actually. So we say if my post dot page number is less than 1, then my post dot page number is equal to 1. All right. Now, when we click this next page, we're supposed to load posts, right? So how do we load posts normally? This is how we do it. So let's try that. Let's put that here. After changing the page number, load posts. But at the same time, load posts should take into consideration what page number we are loading. So I'm going to paste that here as well. So just load the posts after you change the page number. And then we need to change now the load posts function to take into account the page number. So here I'll add page number is equal to, then we will put my post dot page number like that to send that value over as well once we are trying to load posts. This also means that if we go in the ajax.inc, we have to take that into consideration as well. So this is the load posts section, quite all right. So here it says select all from posts, order by ID descending, limit 10. Now, in order to make pagination, we have to give it an offset So here it says limit 10, which means it only gives you 10 posts, okay, which is fine. Now we want to get the next 10 for a different page. So in that case, we're going to tell it to offset the results by 10, like so. So when we say offset 10, we're telling it that skip the first 10 results and get the next 10 results. And then if we want to go to the next page again, we say offset 20, offset 30, offset 40. So you see there's a relationship between the limit and the offset. For example, if the limit was 5, the next page, the first page would be offset 0 because you don't want to skip any. The next offset would be 5, the next would be 10 because you want to skip the first 10 and then get the next 5, like that. So we can make a formula here to calculate this for us. So of course our limit is 10, or instead let's put variables instead. So let's just put limit like so, and let's put another variable called offset here, and we will create these ones over here. So say limit is equal to 10 so that you can adjust it from there. Now let's put a formula for offset. How do we calculate the offset? Now the offset needs to depend on page number here. So it's going to be page number minus 1 times the limit, like so. So this is the formula that I use for pagination, like that, and it works really well. So let's say, for example, we know that page 1 is offset 0. So if we're on page 1, page number is equal to 1, right? So 1 minus 1, that's 0. Any number multiplied by 0 is 0. So the offset will be 0, which means we're on page 1. Let's say we're on page 2 though. 2 minus 1. We know that on page 2 we have to offset 10, right? So let's see if we'll get 10 here. So 2 minus 1 is 1, and 1 times limit, which is 10, is 10. So it works like that. So now all I need to do is say page number, like that, will be equal to what the int value of how are we getting any values from here? Okay, so we're using the post variable. So I'm going to grab whatever I get from post page number, which should be there, like that. Okay, great. Okay, very good. So let's see that in action. Now, before we do that, we need a way to say next page, previous page, and the like. And also, I need a way to update the value for page. You see here there's previous page, then there's page 1 here. So let me give this guy an ID. So let's use a class, let's say JS page number, like that. Then we can edit that as we wish. So here, after we load posts, right? And let me go to, what is this? Okay, so next page, blah blah blah. So I want to grab this. Let's use this code here. So after load posts, let's do that and say JS page number dot inner HTML. So we want to edit the inner HTML of that. We'll have page, like so, with a space, don't leave that space, plus my post dot page number, like that. Okay, great. With all this, it should work. So let's refresh our page. There we go. Seems to work. Let me try next page. Oh, so we didn't tell it to do that there. So let's go to our next page button. Right here, let's add an on-click listener. So on click, we're going to say my post dot next page, like so. and this one will be for previous page, so prev like so. Okay, so let's refresh and let me click next, and you see it says page 2 there, which is nice. And if I keep going back, I get to page 1, but I can't go any lower. Next page doesn't seem to work. Previous page seems to work, but only when we are on page 1, right? So why is that? Let me see. So when we submit and we get a result, there's a success here showing that our results were successful. Now the success is only there if we got some rows back. If we didn't, the success is not successful. So in this case, I have to put the success outside here. Whether there is rows returned or not should count as a success. That way we can refresh the page. So let me refresh again. Let's go to the next, and there we go. So that's working. That way it refreshes, and then when we get to page 1, there we go. So if it didn't find any results, it should actually say that. So what do we do? How do we do this? So I'm going to go back to the index page here, and what I'll do is, if there's a success, there's post input value, load my posts, right? Okay, so let's do that in the load posts section here. So if object success blah blah blah, we load these guys, but at the same time this is empty. I think what we would do is we'll say no posts found right there, no posts found. This will show for temporal time. If there were any posts found, as we loop through here, this will be replaced by actual posts, right? Oh wait, template, no, actually that won't work. What do we do? Okay, so I just need to check if there is, this is an actual object at all. Let me see if there are any errors when we are doing this. Let me go to the console. Object.rows is undefined. Okay, so I thought so. So what we're going to do is, before we loop through here, we need to check if object.rows contains anything. It's actually an array we can loop through. So we'll say if type of object.rows is equal to object, like so. If that's an object, then let's loop through it. So I'll remove this, push these guys in. Okay, then here we can have an else statement, like so. That's where we can grab this and put it there. All right, but here we can leave it empty. Okay, so let's try that. Let's go to the next page. No posts found. Okay. Now, not very good. So let's do div, closing div. Let's add a bit of styling here. So style is equal to, let's say, text align first of all, center. Let's add some padding of 10 pixels. Okay, so refresh. Let's go back to page 2. No posts found. There we go. So now if you notice, when I refresh, it goes back to page 1. But if at the end of this form here, I put a question mark and say page is equal to 4, for example, it should go right to page 4, which it has gone. But here it says page 1. So we need a way to... Wait a second, why didn't this actually write that? Wait a minute, no errors, okay. Oh, this is only for the next and previous. Actually, this was the wrong place to add this because I'm repeating myself. This code is exactly the same as this one. So whenever you're repeating yourself, there's always a better way to do it. So let me remove these and instead add these to this part here. Once we get the results, let's change the page number there, like so. Okay, that way when I refresh, it says page 4, page 3, page 2, page 1, and there we go. Okay, pretty cool. So pagination is working as intended. Now, the next thing to do is wait a second, there's something I wanted to do here that I have forgotten. Okay, so we need a link to the user's profile here as well, because there are different users here, so sometimes I may need to click on this user to go to their profile. So since our profile, if I click here, it's on profile.php. All we need to do is add an ID at the end there to the link, and that should do just fine. Okay. Now you may be asking, why isn't this changing? Like page 4, here it's page 1. Now changing the URL link will refresh the page. So this is entirely up to you. If you don't want the page to refresh, doing it with JavaScript like this is fine. But if you want to change that as well, this would have to refresh the page itself in order to achieve that, and then load page is equal to something. So to achieve that, you just need to, you will not need to do any of this. What you need to do is right about here, we can say window.location .href, for example, is equal to what page are we on here? We are on index.php, and then is that where we are on? Yes, index.php, even though it's not showing. Then we'll put a question mark and say page is equal to, and then here we'll have plus and say my post.page number, like this. So this will effectively refresh the page to whatever page number you want. So we can paste that there as well. So now if I refresh, we're on page 4, right? If I click here to go on page 3, as you can see now where it says page 3 as well there, page 2, like that, page 1. But the difference is that now it refreshes the page. So it's entirely up to you what you want to do. If you don't want to refresh the page, hide those. If you want the page to refresh, remove those and hide these instead, like so. Okay, so it's up to you what you prefer. So for me, I want to use JavaScript, so I'll mute these page refreshes. All right. Okay, cool. So let's go back to page 1, clicking home page. There we go. Okay, so with this, let's also finish the clicking of the user here. So there, this is about loading posts, right? Let's see here. There's a post template right here, postcard template, and this is the username, so that changes, the image changes, but this div around here should be an A tag instead. So let me change those to AA, and then I will put, let me just see if the structure hasn't changed by doing that. It still looks the same. Okay, now let me add an href so that it's a link, and that would change the cursor to a hand, like so. Now when I click, it simply refreshes the current page, so we need to give it something to do here. So in the class, just like we added username, I'll grab this. I'll say user, maybe we'll call it profile-link. So it's up to you what you want to call these things. So profile link. So this is the way we can grab this A tag and put an actual href there. Okay, so for now, we're just going to put a hash there so it doesn't refresh the page in the href. Then let's go down here and let's duplicate one of these. For example, the one that has username. Let's replace with page profile link. And in there, we're going to have type of, we want the user ID. That's really what we want from here. So, wait. User? No, that remains as user. What I want is ID here. ID. If not, let's just put a hash instead. Okay. So instead of inner HTML, we want to modify the href of that a tag. So href is equal to. So if this is a valid object, we'll put what's here. If not, we'll leave that hash tag there. But we don't want to just put an ID there. We want to put a whole piece of text. So I'm going to put some quotes and then concatenate the ID at the end. So here we will need a question, ID is equal to, and then the ID will be there. So this goes to profile.php. So we'll say profile.php, and then the question mark ID variable is equal to whatever the user ID is at the time. So let me refresh this and see if the thing's working. And as you can see, if you hover on here, it shows the real ID of the user. This is ID 1, this one is ID 4. So if I click, it goes here. Though here this is not loading the profile yet, but at least we have laid the groundwork for that. Okay, so that as well has worked. Now what we need is to add the edit and delete for here, which I almost forgot. So edit and delete buttons should be there. So let me go down here, back to there's this comments section here. Now it's up to you how you want to play this. How the CSS part of this is entirely up to you. So I've duplicated that, and this is what I get, which is fine. Now in here I can add edit or delete. Now you can put the icons you want here, but I won't dwell on the icons, so I'll remove that. Instead I will do edit and then duplicate this and put delete, like so. So okay, there we go. So edit and delete. Now you can change the colors here. So maybe that could be blue, this could be red or orange. That's up to you. That way it seems dangerous to click on that. Okay, so once you click on that, it should just give you a question now. Do you want to delete this? So on click of this one, we just send it to my post.delete, like that. But then we need to know what's the ID of the item we are deleting. Okay. Also, this should only appear if you own this, the current user owns this, right? Owns this post. So we need a way to know that. So here where we have a class, we'll put JS action buttons. So we want to know whether to activate these or not if the user owns this or not. So we need a way to know that. Also, I'll put a hide class there. That way it hides these when they're not needed. And what else? Actually, we could just remove this if it's not needed, so that it's not there entirely. So just put JS buttons there, and then there's this JS instead of comment link, this one will be edit button, and this one will be delete button, like so. Okay, Now, as always, we will add these because we need the ID. We'll add these in the JavaScript section. So I'm going to cut that out like so. Okay. So there's edit and delete button. So for now, what I want to do is just add on either of those without discrimination. So I'll say, okay, so here we need to be able to know which user is logged in right now. So the same way we got page number from PHP. Now the reason this actually works, maybe I didn't explain this, how you can put a number from PHP into JavaScript like this is because remember that JavaScript only starts working when it gets to the browser. So meanwhile, PHP works on the server side. So the server side comes first. So by the time this page gets to the user, here there won't be PHP code. Instead, there'll be an actual number. So it would be as if we actually typed and said page number is equal to 3, for example. So that's how JavaScript will be able to put that in memory as well. So we can do this at the same time and just say user ID so that we can recognize the user ID here. Or the problem with this is then we are exposing our user ID to, because anyone can check this JavaScript code. So there are times when you don't want to expose that. So instead, what you can do is send this information as part of the rows that we've returned here. So of course, the PHP side knows whether you own the content or not. It would know, because all we need to do is check in the server section of things. So let's see, where did we even check that? So there's login here. I want to see where we use the server. Apparently we haven't used that yet. Okay, there we go. So that's how we get the user ID. So I'm going to grab that from there and go to where it says load posts, right? So now it's important to know who's loading these posts. So user ID will be right there. Okay, great. Now it's possible that this may not exist. So you could put a question mark and put a 0 there so that you don't get any errors if it doesn't exist for some reason, because you could load posts without having been logged in, right? So it's possible this may not exist. So you just put those 2 double question marks and then put a 0. This is different with add posts because usually when you're adding posts, you must be logged in already. That's the only time you can add that. So that's why here we don't need to do that. But now what we can do, since we are looping through the rows already to add certain things like change the date structure and then load in the user information as well, at the same time, you can simply check to see if the user owns, the current user owns this post, and then put a key there to show that. So what I would do is the same way we did this, user, like so. Okay, we're going to add a variable here. So if I put an if statement and say if user ID, now remember user ID is this one, that's the currently logged in user. If user ID is equal to the current row has also a column called user ID, right? So if I say row, which is right like there. So if these two are the same, it means the current logged in user actually owns this current post that we are looping through here. So if that is true, then let's add an extra row, an extra column there called, what can we call it? Can delete, can edit, or user owns. Let's call it user owns like that. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want here. We can call that true. Then we can just put one here that says false to start with. So we say user owns this post is equal to false. But then if we find out that these are the same, then we change it to true. Now, since there's only one item in this if statement, we can remove the brackets like so, make it simpler like that. Okay. So we can just check for user owns to know what's happening. So now, since we have that information here, we don't have to display our user's ID at all. We can simply check when the result comes in here if the user actually owns. But before we use that, let's just activate the edit and delete buttons properly. So since we are setting an attribute, I'll duplicate this set attribute thingy twice, and then here I'll say delete button. That's what I'm targeting, and then there's the edit button as well. So here I'm targeting these guys in the template file. Where is this? These edit button and delete button. So I want to add an attribute here of the on click. What happens when you click them? So let's come back here. So we are setting an attribute on click. That's correct. And then this one will be, we'll just call it delete, like so. And then the other one will be edit. And then in the edit, all we need is the ID, just like that. So this is all fine. Very cool. Okay, now let's deal with the delete first. Let's create a function that will respond when we say delete. So here it's going to be like this. Delete is equal to a function. And then a delete will expect an ID. Like so. Okay, this is getting bigger. First of all, we need to ask the user, are they sure that they want to do this? So let's put an if statement and say if confirm are you sure you want to delete this post, right? Now, if they don't confirm, we want to return or exit this function. So let's put a exclamation point there to say if they don't agree, let's return. If we get to this point, then they have agreed. So we just say alert for now, deleted. It won't be deleted. We just want to see if the question is working. So I'll click here. For now, you can see regardless, all the posts have a delete button. So if I click, are you sure you want to delete? If I say cancel, nothing happens. But if I say okay, it says deleted. So it's working fine. Now we need selective viewing. So we want to be able to view these items only when we own the post. So let's try and do that. So let me move here. Here I want to grab an item. So I'm just going to duplicate any of these. Doesn't matter which one. These are called action buttons, right? Where is this? There's JS action buttons there, right? So I want to remove this item if I don't own this thing. So I'll copy that. Now, since we're accessing those things here and there, I want to do this last. So undo here and duplicate this one instead. So I'll put those guys here so that we do that last. So template.query selector. Now I want to say let action buttons is equal to this item right there. So I'll remove everything else except the semicolon. That way we can do stuff with them. So we'll ask the question if, okay, this is from the row itself. So let me grab that. If the current row, there's a thing we created there called user owns. So if we say user owns, so you can say is equal to false like that, or you can just say if not user owns, and then we'll say action buttons dot remove, just to remove that item. Okay, so let's try that. Let me refresh. And things didn't work well when we got here, when it needed to remove that. So that's why we stopped over there. So let's look at the error in the console. Template blah 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 is no. Okay, so it's saying it couldn't find that item. Why? Okay, I need to know which line this is. So I'll click there just to see. Okay, so those are problems when you're not using a separate file for your JavaScript. It's hard to tell which line is which. So, what is it? It's complaining about the query selector here. So, JS action buttons. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I just want to do a console.log here of this item, just to see that it did find it. So I'll refresh. Let's inspect, go to the console. Okay, so here it was found, but what is it saying here? Yeah, that's very frustrating that I can't tell which line is which. Okay, so if at this point what I can do is just tell this is a loop, right? So up to this point I can just tell it to continue, which means it will ignore everything after this. That way we see where the problem starts from. So I'll refresh here. So no errors, and it didn't show anything because nothing was really added. Okay, so this was a bad idea. So what to do is, let me mute this here so that I see if this is working just fine, this line. Okay, so it seems it is. So the problem only comes here when I want to remove it. All right. And I know that this is working fine because the problem only happens on specific places where it is supposed to go through the if statement. So action buttons dot remove. Maybe this is the wrong thing to. Where is the error though? Wait a second. This is very weird. Template.query selector is no. Okay. Okay, so if it worked with this, let me take back the console.log and add the action buttons back like so. Let me see if on the others it's an empty one. So it's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay. Okay, so it seems trying to remove it is not possible. Maybe because once we try to remove it, we are... Oh, okay. No, I understand what's going on here. The problem is we are removing it from the template itself. So which means on the next run, it won't be found because we are removing it from the original template. We should remove it from the clone. So my bad there. So what we're going to do is these action buttons. Let's see. Right. Okay. Okay, so we have to be clever about this. We have to delete from the clone. So once we create the clone, then we can run some actions here. So what I want to do is move this down here to the clone. Okay. So that we don't remove from, because once we remove it from the original template, then the next loop, the next item that tries to copy and try to do this, it's going to find that thing does not exist since we deleted those. So what I want to do is say action buttons is equal to clone. I'm not sure if you can query select from a clone, but we're going to see. Let's try that. So I guess it works. Look at that. Very cool. That way those do not exist here when you don't own the post. And then delete. Okay, delete it. Edit should just show us the when you click edit though, we can do it in two ways. We can create, I think it's better that way. We create a pop-up that comes up, so we're gonna do that. Okay, so this works just fine, but let's make sure the delete actually works. So in order to do that, it's simple. We just have to send information. Now, once again, we are back here to use this Ajax thingy here. So, I don't know. We may need to refactor this code a little bit. Okay. So let's grab this part from here up to there, where we send the form. So we're just going to do that again down here. Paste. You know, I could create a separate function that sends the data every time. That will make things cleaner, but this is simpler to do since I'm just copying code. So I can always create a new form. Here I tell it the ID, for example. It's going to be whatever ID is being sent there. So ID. And this one is delete post. This is the only part that's different. The rest of this is exactly the same. And also this result thingy is different. So I could refactor this code a bit later. But for now, this is okay. So what I'll do is alert. Okay, we can have the message, and we don't need if success. We may need to reload our posts. So let me just remove this, and the reload post remains. Okay, that really does it, just like that. Now in the Ajax side as well, we need to, instead of add post, we need to delete post. So let's duplicate this section, Ctrl+Shift+D, and let's create one for delete post. So we need to know the user ID, the current user, to know that we only delete posts that they created. Somebody could trick us into sending a delete request, and if we only have the ID of the post, that's a problem because we may end up deleting somebody else's post. So here we're looking for ID, right? Now instead of add slashes, let me just make sure I cast it as an integer like that. Excuse me, I don't need the date. So to delete, you say delete from what table name? Posts. And you tell it exactly where to delete. So you can say where ID of the post, right? Where the ID is equal to, and we have an ID there, so it's equal to ID. Make sure to put your quotes all the time, and the user ID must match as well. Is equal to, and let's say user ID, like that. And then we say limit 1, so that it stops trying to find more posts. In case there are others that match this description, it should just exit after 1, because the database doesn't know how many of these posts are the same. So it may find one and delete, but they need to continue trying to search for more posts. Now if your database is huge, then that's time wasting. So if you put limit 1 like this, it will know that once it finds the first one, it can just stop looking because you only wanted one to be deleted. That will save some time. Okay, so with this, select all from posts. We don't need to grab any posts after this, so success will be true. So let me remove this. Message or post was deleted successfully. That is fine. No need for this, and no need for the if statement either, and the query. So let's move that. Okay, I think that does it. So back here again, let's try this. So another post by Mary. Let's delete that one and let's say okay. Your post was deleted successfully and it's gone. Okay, so as simple as that to delete posts. And now to edit posts will be a little bit tougher because we have to load the post here and we need to create a pop-up for that. So let's come up here in the index.php side. Let's go up here and this is the post template card, right? Let's duplicate it. It ends over here. So you can have multiple cards as you wish. Ctrl+Shift+D and post card here. Let's change that to post edit card. So that way we can know what this is. Actually, this is the wrong thing I have duplicated. Let me delete this. What I really wanted to duplicate was the pop-up for the login and sign up. So where are those babies? Okay, those guys are in a separate file. So what I'm going to do is login inc is this one. This is a simple one. So I'm going to try. Okay, so it has everything, even the submit and all that. So that's cool. So what I can do is copy this and let's create a new file. So forum, new file, paste. Make sure to include the direct script access removal or security feature. So this one is post, what do I call it? .edit.inc.php. So the namings are entirely up to you, of course. So here, instead of login, I'll say edit post. I'll change that. And of course, the main thing is to change this model name. So this is JS post edit model, like that, so that it's called by a different name. That way it shows up when we want. And then the script login should be, what do we call this one? Let's call it post, I don't know, post edit, like that. So this is entirely up to you what you want to call it. The show button, let's change this. Here we don't need to, wait a minute. We have to make sure only one of these pop-ups show at the same at one time. So let me leave these guys and just add a hide to make sure they are closed. And then here I'm going to say the post edit model. We should remove the hide so that it shows up. Okay. And here when hiding things, we may tell it to hide. It's for the post edit. Okay, let's hide that guy. What else? The rest is for submitting. That's fine. There we're grabbing all the inputs, right? But in our case, we have one text area, so we're just going to grab that. So post edit. Also, we can simply go to the index and check where we add post. Where is this? Delete. Where do we add posts from? It's the submit, right? Yes. Okay. So text, where does text come from? From there, obviously. And then we just send that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, very simplistic, so it's fine. Now, what we need is, right on the post edit inc, we need to change what happens when we submit, so it goes here in the post edit function. So let's do that there. Post edit, submit. Okay, great. What else? Now we need to change the inside of this so it looks like the original post thingy here. So we can easily do that by going to the index side and copying that part. So where is this? It's right here, right? Boom, So that's all we need, that and that. And the form is class 42, by the way. So let me go back here. Let me grab everything from in here and paste. Okay. Let me shift tab. The form is 42. So we use that same class name. Right. So how do we now activate this? So we say post edit.show. Let me copy this. Let's go to the index page or wherever. Let's see here. On the edit, right? When we say edit button on the on-click listener, instead of my post.edit, this is going to be post-edit.show. That's the one. And then all we are sending is an ID of that post, right? Great. Now, when we show, there are two ways we can do this. We can either go to the server to ask for that post, because we need to know what's already on the post in order to edit it. So we can go to the server and ask for that post to be loaded. But I find that very annoying. That's what happens on Facebook, right? You click and then there's this loading thing for you, especially if the network is quite bad. It gives you a headache. You have to wait for a while. But if the information is already on the page, then you can just grab that information there. So I think we can do that method. So it depends on how complex your post is. If it's very complex, then maybe better to load from the server. So that's an option. But I think we'll go the easy way instead. I don't know if it's the easier way or not. So what I want to do is on every post, I want to hide the entire post information on that post thing, so that once we try to edit, we can simply grab it. And also what I want to do is let's go up here. We're on the index page, right? So this guy doesn't have an ID, right? So we can add an ID to this div right here on the post card, which is the same ID as the row. So we can add an ID, for example, like ID is equal to row underscore and then the row number like that, or the post ID like that. That way we can easily grab the post container and then grab the information we need for when we want to edit. But this ID can only be added when we know the ID of the post. So we have to add it in the JavaScript. So we just need to know this JS post card and then add an ID to it. Once we clone it, that's what. So we have this clone right here that we made. Where did we get there? We said template.clone node, right? And then immediately we can just say clone dot add attribute. Actually, it's set attribute, and the attribute name is an ID. And what is the ID? We'll put it right there. So grab that, paste, and then ID, like so. But we don't want to just add an ID there. We want to add the text row. I'll put a plus like that. So the text will be row and then underscore. That way, in case there's an item in the page that just has a number as an ID, we won't confuse it for the row. You can call it post. Maybe for easier recognition, you can say post 1, post 2, etc., etc. So if I now refresh the page and inspect this element, you will notice that if I go to the div here, you see it says post 6, so that's its ID. There's post 5, post 4, post 3, post 2, post 1, like so. So things are indeed working. That's great. That way we can always grab it. But what I want at the same time is to add another attribute on the post itself called row. So what I want to do is add right here on the post thingy, I want to add an attribute called row and say is equal to, like that, and put two thingies like this. And then here I want to put some JSON data of the actual post. So all the entire row of the post, I want to add it in there so I can always grab it when I want to edit easily without having to go back to the server. So just to speed things up a little bit, though it increases the amount of data that's loaded on your page, but I think it's okay. So what to do there is to do exactly what we did on the clone here. So say clone.set attribute. Let's set another attribute. This one we're going to call it row. And what do we add in this row? This row is going to contain the actual row, this one, the entire thing like that. But this is an array, so we can't just leave it like that. We have to do JSON.stringify so that we convert it to a JSON object. Now JSON is just a way to convert an array into a string. That's what we are doing here. The only problem is JSON contains double quotes. So if we go back to our page here, and let's look at the page source for a second. If I go to, where is this? This is a form. Where are my posts? Oh, you see the problem with loading with Ajax, your posts never show up in the page source because they are loaded after the page source is loaded. So we just need to use inspect. So when we go to inspect and there's post number 6 here, you notice that everything like the ID has double quotes for its property value there. So this class is equal to double quote, and then the problem is JSON also uses double quotes. So this is going to be a problem, but let's see that in action, right? So if I refresh, oh, wait a second. How did this not, wait. Okay, so it actually kind of worked. Look at that. Let me just grab this and say copy outer HTML, and let's get back to here, new file, paste, and I want to use, okay, so if I scroll here, you see that it just created an attribute called row, but then it has these. Now here, this has actually, it has replaced these with this, but it's normally like this, right? So this is a problem because these are quotes, double quotes like that, and there's a double quote here, there's a double, so we need to escape these quotes over there for this to actually work. We need to escape them. Now what we can do is, it's easier to escape these values. Now by escape I mean here it looks like row is equal to just this curly bracket here, because it can't know that row is also part of this, because there's an opening curly bracket or double quote, and then there's another one here which signifies that this has ended over here. So instead what we need to do is put slashes like this. This slash will escape this value and tell it that this is not the closing of this, it's just a literal double quote from there. So you need to add them and then remove them later. Now this makes things a little bit complex, but I think in the long run it's better than having to go to the server to read the row once again. It's just unnecessary traffic, and especially if your network is quite bad. So how do we solve this problem? So what I can do is just tell it to replace all the quotes with slashes. So to do this, let's try this. Let's just grab this item here. I'm going to call it row data. So here I'll say let row data is equal to the stringified version of this row. Okay, that's quite all right. But then let's do an escaped version. So let's copy that, and I'm going to say raw data is now equal to raw data dot replace all, like that. Okay, so I want to replace every quote. So here we'll use single quotes, and then I'm going to use a double quote like that. I want it to find every instance of a double quote and then replace it with a slash and a quote like this. So I'm telling it that find every double quote and replace it with a slash and a quote. Now the problem here is that I'm escaping. You see that what's happening here is that I'm escaping this. Whenever you put a slash like this, it means you're escaping. You're telling the computer that this one is a literal value. Now this is not what I want to do here. I want to tell it to actually say I want to replace with an actual slash and a, because what will happen here is that it will just get a double quote and replace it with another double quote. It will ignore this because it will think this is escaping this. So we need to put two of these. So this will escape this to make it a literal string as well, and then this will be a literal string. So sometimes it gets a little bit confusing, but this is what you have to do to make sure that this is taken as a literal string as well as this one. So that's to escape this. So let's try this and see what happens. So I'm going to refresh the page. Everything seems okay. Now the difference is you will notice that there are slashes now. Let me copy the outer HTML. Let's get back here to the empty version of things. Let's copy that, and you will see now there's a slash with a quote, slash with a quote, even though we don't see that. But that should work for us for now. Okay, so now that we have that, what I want to do is when I go to post edit, I need to include the post edit thingy here, just like I included the other pop-ups. So where do I include? I'm not actually sure where I'm including those things. Right there. So I can include it anywhere. So I'm just going to say post.edit.inc.php. So I include that file so that it's there when I click. So now let's refresh, and then let me click edit, and there it is. So it shows up. Let me remove that logo. Where is this? Let's remove the logo. That's the image right there. So let's try again. So if I click on edit, so edit post. So you can design this as you wish. It's entirely up to you how you want to do it. Where is the okay. Yeah, so you can redesign this as you wish. It's up to you. Let me change for example what's this? Let's add a style, for example. Let's say minimum width. I want to add a minimum width of 600 pixels. Let's see how that works out. Okay, so that's much better. Then you can also change this thing here, the height, the actual height of it. So let's say height, we can say 300 pixels. Okay, that didn't change a thing. Let's say 200 pixels. Wait a minute, what's happening here? Okay, I think it's minimum height. Min height, let's put it at auto. I think that's the one that's messing things up. Yeah, okay. that's the one. Okay, so instead of post, we can change that button to save, like that. Okay. Now, what we want is the post information to be here, right? This text here to be here, so we can then save. Okay. Now, to close this doesn't close because we are closing the wrong thing. So this should be post edit.hide. Okay, and that works like that. So let me add an extra post so that we have at least two. That way we can see that we are editing a different one. So if I click on this one, I should see that text there. If I click on this one, I should see that text there. Okay, cool. Now the next thing is to change the, this is JS post input, but let's put post edit input so that it's separate from the other one. And then same thing here when we are trying to find it. Okay, wait. When we're trying to find the input, okay, so we can just grab it directly since we know we are just getting information from the text area. So instead of inputs, I can just say post is equal to document dot query selector dot that input, like that, and then we say dot value dot trim so that we remove trailing and leading empty spaces. We don't need this for loop at all. And what else do we need? This data type should be edit underscore post, and then we need to send the post itself as this, right? That's the information we send, which is the text. So the text and the data type, and then we send everything afterwards, alert, and then we reload the page. Okay, seems about straightforward as it can get. Then let's go to the JavaScript Inc. So I think the best one to copy is the add post, since it's saving a post as well. So Ctrl+Shift+D, and let's change that to edit post. So the post comes in with a post, the user ID. We need that to know that you have the right to edit this post. We don't need to change the date whatsoever. So also, instead of inserting, we have to update. So say update posts, and then we set. The only thing we're really changing is the post column. So we say post is equal to post, like that. Now, if there are more columns that we are changing, we can say put a comma and say maybe the date is equal to, and then you add a new date, and you keep adding commas to all the columns that you're updating. Now here we're only updating one column, so set post is equal to post. The rest will be in the where clause. So we just say do this where the user ID is equal to whatever user ID that is, and ID of the post is equal to yep, we did send the post ID. Did we not? No, we didn't. So that's important. So we need to know what post we are updating. So ID, and we need to grab that ID from somewhere, right? Now what we can do is just say put a variable here. We can call it edit ID, like this, and put a 0 for now. That way when we show the thing, we can actually, when we say show, here I can have a where is this dot show, right? I can have an ID like that, and then I will set that ID to this one so that we know what post we are editing. So then I'll say post edit, which is this object, dot edit ID, which is this value, is equal to whatever the ID is that we are trying to edit. That way then we can use this and send it over here to the other side so that we know what ID we are editing. Now the thing is, how do we get this ID on the show here? Where is that? If we go back to index, if you remember on the edit button here, this is where we are saying post edit.show, and we are indeed sending in an ID. So that's already sorted, which means we will receive an ID that we can set there. And then when we go to the Ajax side, we will have that ID to deal with. So it's going to be called ID, of course. And instead of add slashes, we're just going to cast it as an integer, because just in case some text was sent, it will be converted to an integer, and we can have it here, ID. And then of course let's tell it to limit 1 so it doesn't continue searching for other posts to update. So update post, set post is equal to post where user ID. So we're changing the post content where the user ID is a specific user ID and ID of the post is specific. And once we are done with that, we don't need to reread this, we just need to reload the page, I guess. So what we can do is I can grab this and remove. Let's remove that. Success is true. Your post was edited successfully. We don't need to grab a row. We can just do this and bam. Okay, this is gonna work just fine, but we may want to remove the edit buttons from here and put them on the single post page here instead. That would be a better idea. But for now, this will work still. So if I click on edit, there it is. Oh, I still don't get that information, right? So wait a second. Let's deal with that. This is in the post edit inc. So here on the show, I want to grab the since we know the post ID, right? Then we can grab the item that has a row. So I'll say let data is equal to document, maybe instead of, yeah, that's fine. We can call it whatever name we want, data, row, whatever. Query selector. So we know that we can now grab an item code with an ID. So we use a hash like this, an ID of, it's actually post underscore and then the ID. Because remember, we did add that here. If I inspect the element, you will see that there's an ID on each post, and this one is post underscore 8. Okay, so once we grab that, it has an attribute called row. So data dot, so once we grab it, we can say dot get attribute, and that attribute name is row, like so. Now just here I want to do an alert of that data that we've grabbed, just so we can see it. So I'll refresh, just so we know we're on the right path. I'll click edit, and there it is. So this is the data we are getting. So if I copy this and new paste, let's go to view word wrap. This is what I'm getting. So all I need to do is remove these slashes, right? And then I'll have my JSON data. Then I can convert it back to an array. I can't do it like this. So what I'll do is, let's say data is equal to data dot replace all. What I'm replacing are every instance of slash. Now here let me use a single quote for easier understanding, like that, but let me put double slashes like this as usual so that I escape this. I want to this to be taken as a literal string, these two, and replace those with a single double quote like that. Okay, now I can check to see what has happened to my data at that point to make sure that all the slashes are gone. So let's refresh and click edit again. And as you can see here, the slashes are gone, which is nice. Then now I can convert it to an actual object. So say data is equal to json.parse. That's how you convert it back, and then let's put data in there. Now we need to make sure that this is an actual object that is created, so we can say if type of data is equal to object like that, then let's do the following. However, if it isn't, then we say alert, an error occurred. Well, we can just say invalid data, invalid post data or something. You can put your own, be creative with your alerts here. That's up to you. Now, if it worked out, then we are going to have a column named post that we can add to our to this item here, the text area. Now the text area has this, right? JS post edit input. That's how we can grab it. So all we need to do is say document dot query selector. Don't forget the dot, since it's a class. Dot value is equal to whatever is inside data dot post. That's the post column, right? So if you had other columns to add, maybe the dates, you want that to be updatable, you can simply duplicate this and do the same thing. Grab the specific input by name dot value and then put the right column there. So let's see if that worked and edit. So errors, obviously, because nothing has come back. So let's check to see what errors are here. So we inspect just to see the console. It will have an error. So it says reference date is not defined. Okay, where is this date thingy? Okay, so no, we don't get any error messages. All right, so what have we done wrong? So it says date. I don't, oh, okay, so that's my problem. I should have said data here. Okay, so great. Let's try this again. And there we go. Look at that. Great. If I close this and click this one, say post by Mary and some other dude. Let's see if that will actually save. So click save. Oh, we didn't tell it what to do when we click save. Actually, I think that actually created another post. So let me try that. Ah, no, it didn't. Okay, so we have to tell it what happens when we click this save button. That's on the submit. Oh, okay, so that's submitted. And what happens? Submit, JS input. You know what, I should have just simply checked to see what was the problem, and I probably did not. Okay, so what I'll do is I want a console.log here. I just want to copy the text from somewhere else, right here. Go back to post edit. I want right here to put console.log so that I see the result. Okay, so refresh. There we go. Click edit. Okay, wait. Post by Mary. Let's say, and some other dude. And let's click save. Now, if I inspect, wait. Okay, console.log. This is the error I get. So it says you have an error in your SQL syntax. The error is near the bracket. Okay, so I see what I did there. My bad. So in the Ajax here, there's a bracket that shouldn't be there. And I was thinking to myself, I shouldn't forget this bracket. but I ended up forgetting it. Okay, so that was the problem there. Wrong query, but now it's gonna work. Post by Mary and some other guy. Okay, so let's click save. Your post was edited successfully, and there it is, a post by Mary and some other guy. So the editing now works just like magic. The only problem now is if you're editing a post like from here, it's down here, and you click and then the page refreshes, it will refresh you, take you back to the top, and you won't be able to see the post you've edited. So this is why I think the edit and delete buttons should be right on here, so that once the page refreshes, you still see the post. It's the only post that's there, so it's easier that way. So yeah, that's one way to do it. So let's see if we can have the post edited before we remove these buttons here. Let's see if we can have the post edited when we go here. So also here we need to load the correct post, and there's an ID there in the URL that we can grab to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. Now we can go to next pages. Let's see, next page, still page 2 has nothing, and page 1 has all these posts. Okay, this is great. Now let's go to comments. So we can create comments here. So let me click there, boom, and there it is. So now here we want to just load this particular post. Now there's no need to use Ajax here to load this. We can just load it directly using PHP, since we can load it on the page load. So let's go to where is this? Post.php, which is a single post. Now, so it's up to you to choose what you want to load with Ajax, what you want to load with PHP directly. That's up to you. So here, what I want to do is grab the post ID. So I'll call it post ID is equal to, I'll grab it from the get variable, right? Get, it's going to be ID, but it's possible this may not exist. So let's put 0 instead. So I'm getting it from there, from the get variable. So that's ID is equal to 8. So in this case, it's going to be equal to 8. So we can always echo it out and say post ID so that we see what we've got. Let me show you this. Let's go back here. If I refresh, you see there's a number 8 there, which is what's in there. So if I change that to another number like 34, you see 34 there. So that's how we grab this ID from there. So we want to read from the database to find the post that has that ID. So we just need to run a query. So let's deal with the query and say query is equal to select star, which is all columns, from posts where the ID of that post is equal to this ID we are looking at, and let's tell it to limit 1, that way it doesn't keep trying to find more. So row is equal to, let's call it query. Sorry about that, should be the query function like this. Okay. Now if we happen to find a row that the row actually worked, then we'll say row is equal to, let's grab the first result, which is row 0, like that. Okay, cool. And let's come down here now. So at this point we have a row of the post. So let me copy this. Let's come down here. So there's this part which says single post. Okay. There's a name. We need the username. Let me remove that break tag and this break tag over here. Okay. Actually, you know, instead of fighting this, I could... okay. No, this is not going to work. I wanted to copy from the other side, but the other side has JavaScript loading the posts, a very different thing. But let's see here, where does the post start? So there's a header, there's this, there's single post, and then the actual post starts and ends here. Okay, so all I need is an if statement here. but let me add PHP tags and say if not empty. Let's just make sure that row is not empty. Then the closing thing is here, PHP, and say and if. Okay, we can move this inside. And then if for some reason this is empty, let's put an else statement, foo, like that. I'm going to copy that message thingy on the index page, which says you are not logged in, blah blah blah. So I'll copy that and come back to post and paste it here. And instead I'm just gonna say post not found. Remove the on click. Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, so there's an error here, undefined variable on line 8. Let's fix that. Where is line 8? Line 8 is here. Okay, so instead I used post ID, so let me use that instead. Okay, all right, so post not found still. Now instead, let me use the failed alert, right? It's class 16 instead. Actually, let me just grab this, no problem. Post. This looks more of an error than the other one. So let's paste it. Let's do this. Post not found. Let's remove that break tag. Wait a second, what has happened? Ah, there's a hide there, so let's remove that. Okay, post not found. Great. Now you can go back. Now if the post wasn't found, then the comments section should not show either. So the way to ensure that is to make sure that the post, this section, is within the if statement as well. So I'll move that there, grab this else statement and put it after this part. Bam, like so. Then let's move everything over to move it inward like this. Okay, that should do it. So let's refresh. So post not found. So it's up to you what other messages you want to show here. Where are all the break tags anyway? Anyway, let me try to add 2 break tags here. Let's see how that, okay, that's what I wanted to see. Okay, so if I go back, if the ID is correct, it shows the post quite okay. Now let's load the proper post here. So if I go back to JS Inc. here, when loading posts, where are the load posts? There's this part where we add the user information. So I want this part as well. So let me grab this, copy. Let's go back to single post. And right here, we need to do that. So let's add some user information. So ID is equal to row, user ID, selector from users, where ID is equal to ID, row, user row, there. And then if user row, add it to, let's see, user, yes, user image, get image, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that seems about right. So, yep, we have what we need. Let's go back here. And so the user here will be echo row it's called user, I think, and username. Now in case it's not available, we just put unknown like that. If for some reason it didn't find a user, we'll do that, and let's close that. Okay, no need for this semicolon. Okay, so let's try that. So it says unknown variable key on line 19. Okay, that's my bad. This is unnecessary. It's just a row. It's a single row, which is this one here. So there we go. Okay, I changed this to an H3 or H4, I don't know. Oh, that didn't change a thing actually. Let me go back to the index page. I want to follow what I did here on the post template. What did I do? I added a 16 pixel style here instead. Okay, there we go. Okay, so there is Mary. That's great. What about the post itself? So I'll grab this. Let me put the post is here. Let's replace that with that. Here it's row post. It's not in the user column or anything. Also, I need to say HTML special chars, so that if somebody posts some JavaScript, it won't affect anything. Also, we need new line. Okay, I'll show you what this is. Let's go back here for a second. So unless you see an extra post, this is the right post there. This part that where you click for comments should not be here, but the edit and where is this? Edit and delete buttons should be there. So where are they? These ones here. So let's replace that, see here, single post, with these guys. Oops. Edit and delete. We don't need the classes, these classes anymore. Not be needing you guys. Let's see. Yeah, edit and delete. Okay, let me go back. Let me try and edit this post. So there's an extra post, right? Edit. Now if I say, for example, I add some script tags like this, and then say alert, and then say hello. And then I can actually save this as it is. Oops. What happened? It didn't save, right? Oh, it did save. Look at that. But why isn't it showing what I saved? Huh. What is going on here? That's very strange. Why is this showing the old stuff? But here it shows correctly. This is very interesting. Let me inspect the element here. Okay, I see. Now, the reason that's not showing is because this is actual JavaScript. That's what I was trying to show you guys. It's actual JavaScript and it could run instead. So let me click here. I want to show you it running here. So if I remove the HTML special chars like that, this is what happens when a user, instead of just typing a post, they put some actual code in here. They may hack your system. So if I refresh, you see that hello running as JavaScript. So that is dangerous. And that's why you don't see it show up here. It's regarded as JavaScript. So if I undo here and say HTML special chars like that, that's gonna stop that from happening. Now the thing is, I don't know the JavaScript equivalent of HTML special chars. So what I would do instead is, this is why you see it running on this side. Here you don't see it because it's actually running as JavaScript. So we don't want that. What I want to do is go to the Ajax Inc. And here where we're loading posts, right there, as we are looping through, I want to, the same way we've changed the date here, I want to change the post as well to put HTML special chars, not special entities. Yep, that one. HTML special chars, and put the post variable in there. That way, whatever I sent is already HTML special chars ready. So if I refresh it here, now you can see the script is just written as normal text, even here. So that's a security feature. Now the other thing is, let me go back. Let's try and edit this. So this is what you see when you try to edit it, yeah? But what I want to do is add another line and another line. So let me save those guys. Now you see that instead of showing me more lines like this, it's just showing me one single line. If I click here, I see the same thing here. So what I would do is, on the post thing here, on the outside, I'll say new line to break tag. So there's a function that's NL2BR like that. So new line to break tag. So let's see how well that works. And as you can see, it has done it again. So I'll grab this same thing and do exactly the same in the JavaScript, the Ajax thingy there. That way when we go back, it will show likewise. Okay, great. So all of these things are working. Let's deal with the edit and delete. I want those to work here, because if I click delete, nothing happens, just like on the edit as well, nothing happens. So if I go back to post, I want to make sure that what's this here, JS, let's see here, let's add an ID so that we follow the convention that we did there. And then here I will put a PHP row ID like that and close it. That way we can still grab it in the same way we used the JavaScript on the index page. And then also let's add a row thingy here that will show us what's on the page. Now we may not need to do this, but because we can simply, no, we may need to do it so that we are universal, right? So let's do the PHP thingy as well. Here we're going to use JSON encode. Now JSON encode, let's encode the row. JSON encode is the same as, let me go to post edit here. Where is this? It's the same as the stringify effect, which we added here in the index page. Where is this? Right about here. We say json.stringify object row, right? We stringify that row, that the whole data, to add it as part of the div. That's what we are doing here, but in PHP it's called JSON encode. It's the same function, it does the same thing. Now the thing is, what we did on the index is later we replaced all these quotes with this. Now this was in JavaScript. In PHP there's a simple function that does that for us. It's called add slashes, very conveniently named. So I'm just going to say add slashes. I do like that, just like that, add slashes. So I'll add slashes to the result of the JSON encode, and that will sort out the problem of adding the slashes. Then we can strip the slashes afterwards. Okay, so once we do that, this makes it similar to what we had on the other side. Let me grab this and do this. Wait, did we use the get date? No, we did not. So here I'll put date, and instead of just the date, of course, I'll go to copy what I did here, like so, and paste it in here instead. Okay, great. All right. What else? The username, the post, the date. I think that's about it. So refresh. There we go. Everything looking good. So all we need now is to make sure that the delete and edit buttons are actually working. Now to have those work, we have to import this post edit thingy. Yeah, we have to import that. And also we have to import the post delete from here, right? Now the thing is, this is my post dot delete, right? What to do now? What to do? Okay, so since these have become shared files, we should put them inside PHP. Now you can instead just load them as JavaScript files. That's probably recommended. The only problem is, once you do that, the browser will cache them, and then you'll find yourself editing your JavaScript and not seeing the results on the page, and you may get very frustrated. So maybe I'll show you how to overcome that. So let's do that instead. So I'm going to go to the here and say this is the my post object. So what I would do is right about here in the assets, I could add this to assets, maybe. Let's add a JS folder. So new folder, let's call it JS, and in there let's add a new file. So this one will be called, let me save this, see, my post.js. Boom. Let's come down here, let's copy everything in the script tag. Inside the script tag, cut, paste in here. Select everything, shift tab to move it to the corner, and let's save. Okay, now this presents a few problems. The first one being that we can't run PHP. We can't run PHP in here. So this number, page number, cannot work out here. So what do we do instead? So here I'm going to say page number is equal to page number or 0. Oh, sorry, 1, like that. So which means we need to create a variable called page number outside here. So we can have a script tag here and say var page number is equal to, and then that's when we can grab from the PHP version like that. Okay, cool. And then it means we load this thing after we load this. So let me add another script tag here. And then here I want to say ./assets/js/mypost.js. And then don't forget to change that to source. Okay, so page number will be from here and put there. Okay, cool. So let's see if we haven't broken anything by doing this. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the index page. Things seem to load. Since this loads from JavaScript, it seems everything is working fine. Let me go to next page, page 2. Things seem to work fine. So we loaded everything correctly. This is nice. Now the reason why, now let me try and remove this so that we try to cause some errors. Let's see if it doesn't exist. We have a problem. So posts are not loading, right? So let's see how we can solve this. What if I put double question mark like that? Does this work in JavaScript? I don't know. It doesn't seem to work at all. Okay, so instead we're going to say type of page number is equal to undefined. This makes the whole process very long. If it's undefined, let's put 1, otherwise let's put page number. Let's put a full colon there. Oops, wait, what did I do? What did I do? I was wrong. This full colon there. Okay, so this is an if statement here. I'm just asking if the type of, so this is the condition here up to there. I'm saying if type of number is equal to undefined, which means if page number does not exist, then put a 1. But if it does, put page number as the value. So this should solve the problem, and there we go. So I'm putting that there just in case page number, because this object is dependent on page number, and so it's possible that on the page we're going to load this JavaScript file, page number may not exist, and so if it doesn't exist, at least we can default it to number 1. All right. So with that in mind, we can now use the my post object on the, where do we want, on the post page here. So what I'll do is I'm going to grab, let me undo this, and then copy this and put it on the post. So now the JavaScript file can be added anywhere really. It doesn't really matter where. It can be here. It doesn't matter. We usually add JavaScript at the end of the page just so it loads last. Yeah, but you can add it anywhere. So let me click on this and let's go to this page and let's try the delete. Now delete doesn't seem to work here, so let's inspect the element to see what. Oh, actually the reason is because we don't actually have the, let me go here. We don't actually have the on-click listeners here, so let's try that. Let's try on-click and say my post.delete, for example. And then in here, all we need to do is add the ID, right? Row ID like so, and then close that. All right. So here we'll add the edit. So my post edit. Now edit doesn't come from my post though, because it's inside this post.edit.inc. That's where the the thing is, and it comes from post edit here. So let's go back to post and let's do post edit, and it's post edit dot what dot show. Actually, that's the one we are supposed to deal with, like that. Okay, and so obviously we have to include that file the same way we included it here in the index page. Let's include that post edit file on the post.php. Now we can include this right after the sign up. Anywhere really, it doesn't matter, it'll still work. So let's try the edit. It didn't seem to work. Let's try the delete. That seems to work, definitely. Yeah, now if we delete this post, obviously we're not going to find it, but let's try that anyway. So I'm just going to say delete and say okay. Your post was deleted. It didn't refresh the page, but if it had, this is what would have happened. So let's see why it didn't refresh the page. Let's see. My post.delete, where is that? Okay, so here it should have deleted. It should have refreshed, sorry. It got to this point. Okay, so the issue is my post.load posts. What did happen there indeed? Okay, that's the issue here again. So we can't load posts here after the delete. So let me remove that, because this load posts thing is only for the index page. This is the only way it works. So instead, what we're gonna do is, let's just this is a tough one. Load posts, if success, and load posts here. Okay, so then I guess we should have used two different. I was trying to avoid using two different JavaScript files for this. So maybe we can check what page we are on and then do different things. If we're on the, oh, actually this is gonna work just fine, because we won't be doing the delete on the index page. So instead we just want to refresh the page actually. So let's just do that. Window.location.reload, like so. That's because we're going to move this delete from where it is now. All right, so back here, let's try and edit this file. Okay, that edit works just fine, but let's click here and let's click there and see why it doesn't work. So let's go to the inspect. In the console it says post holder is no, blah blah blah. So we have a few issues here. All right, so let's see what we can do about this. So when we clicked, the show thing is the problem. So post holder is no. That's the first thing we get. Now if I click here to try and see where that is the problem, and it's right here. Okay, so let's see where that is. Let's go to the edit, pull my post. Oh, actually it's in here. So it's on this. No, actually it's not even on this. Replace all. Okay, where is this? Let's go back to the console. So it says post holder is no. Let me see what function. I didn't pay attention to what function this is. This is load posts. All right. Okay, so this is the wrong error. This error, I think, just comes up. Post holder is no. Okay, this error just comes up when we reload. This is because in the JS here at the bottom here, it actually loads posts automatically, but it should only do this if we are on the index page. So we can confirm that we are on the index page by simply adding another variable here. Maybe we say something like var home page is equal to true, just adding it there so that we know we're on the home page, and then we can just say if type of home page is not equal to, it's anything but undefined, which means it exists, is not equal to undefined, then load posts. That way this loading of posts only happens where we write that home page thing. So if I refresh here, wait a minute, home page is equal to true. Okay, so this is another problem we have, is I've edited the JavaScript file, but it doesn't seem to have updated. So what you can do is, this can be very frustrating. You may think your code isn't working fine, but it is. It's just that the browser has cached your file. So what you can do is put a question mark where you're loading and just put some random text. I like to put something like v1 to just show this is version 1 or something. Then when I want it to refresh again, I can put v2, v3. It really doesn't matter what you type here. You can write some random text. It doesn't matter. As long as it's different text, the browser will be forced to reload that page, that file. So here, let me try that. I want this reloaded on this page. This is the post page. So I'll do that here as well. For as long as it's different, it will reload. And as you can see, that error is gone. Otherwise, you'd get frustrated and think your code isn't working fine. So just something to keep in mind. Okay, so now with this, I can now click edit and see what error I get. So json.parse is not getting the right information. So here, let's go to my post, this post edit thingy. So it's saying json.parse, which is right about here. Is it? Wait, it's on the .show. So here is the problem. So what I want to do here is alert data. I just want to see what is contained in data at this point. So let me close that and click edit. Okay, so there's that problem over here. So what I want to see is the original data. So I'll move this up before I do the replacing here. So let me see that original data. It's still that. So there's a problem here. So let me inspect the element. I guess the add slashes didn't work very well. But there it is. So this first one here, there's a slash, quite alright. But for some reason there's a space here. What's going on? It seems the slash didn't work for some reason. What did I do wrong here? It seems the slashings, right. So all of these were converted to, I see what's happening. So copy outer HTML. Let's open a new file and examine what we have here. So you see, this is a problem that happens. This is regarded as one item. This is regarded as another item. Look at this. This equal sign was added there, which is completely wrong. Okay, so it seems our data isn't being saved properly. So let's go back to the post part here. add slashes doesn't seem to be doing its job. What should we do here? Okay, so another thing you could do, but I don't know why this isn't working because I've been using add slashes for a while. Okay, what we're gonna do is this. Let's just add some more verbose data here, some more verbose code. Let's do things a little bit better. So what I'll do is I'll just say data is equal to that. Okay. JSON encode the row. Then afterwards, let's say data is equal to add slashes data. Let's try that. And then now we can echo data here. Let's see if that makes any difference at all. Okay. Maybe it doesn't. Oh yeah, I think it doesn't add slashes on the quotes. That's the problem. Maybe that's the issue. So instead what we can do is let's just do a quick replace. Let's just say string replace. Let's do the same thing we did in JavaScript instead. So we're going to tell it to search for double quotes, and let's replace that with this. Oops, let me use single quotes on the outside like that, and the subject is data. So we've done exactly what we did in JavaScript. Yeah, so maybe that will solve the problem. Let me see. Apparently not. Still looks the same. Okay, let me go and view the page source. Yeah, so herein lies the problem. Okay, so doing that doesn't seem to work at all. So what I'm going to tell it to do instead is to replace the Okay, let's try a different approach here for a second. Let me mute that. Let me also remove this. Let me cut this one. So obviously when coding, a lot of things can go wrong, so you have to be willing to figure out alternatives. Think outside the box. So let me try and instead add an input here. So within here, I'm going to try and add an input. Let's see how that works. Let's put a hidden input here. And then let's give it a value of data. Let's see how well that is received. So I'll refresh the page and let's go ahead. Okay, so here is the value. So I think the value probably has similar problems, but let's try and do that string replace one more time. Let's do that. Let's see how well that fares. I have no idea if this is better or worse, but there's a red line there showing that probably things are not cool. Okay, let's try and instead do this. This is not the best idea though, but it does seem to work. I replaced the double quotes with single quotes instead, but this shouldn't be the solution at all. Why won't this work? Let me move this back and put this on a row. It doesn't seem to have an advantage putting that in the input. Let's try this again. Okay, so I'm beginning to think maybe I need 3 of these instead. Let's see. Okay, that didn't work either, because that there Okay, so instead maybe what we can do is let's use HTML special chars. Let's try HTML special chars or HTML entities. Let's see. Okay, that seems to have sorted the problem. Now we have to convert these back to what is required. Alright. Okay. How about HTML entities? I really don't know the difference much with these two, because I rarely use the HTML entities. Seems to have worked as well. Okay. How about add slashes? How does that make a difference? Okay, so add slashes does this, which I thought would have worked, but apparently not. Okay, so add slashes doesn't work at all. Alright, so let's stick to HTML entities or HTML special chars. Let's try HTML special chars. I'm used to that. Okay, so now I want to see the alert once I click on the edit here. So right about here. Alert data. Let's see what we get. Okay, so it seems to work just fine using the entities thing. Okay, and there it is. Look at that. It actually showed up. Let's try if I put a 3 there and hit save, and it did update just fine. So I guess that is our solution. This is so weird because I have used this in different occasions and it seems to have worked fine, except now. So I guess that's what we use instead. So here you could shortcut this by just copying that. Let's put this here and close that gap. And then finally we can put a second one and copy the HTML entities so that the result of the JSON encode goes into the other function. Then we can remove this part. One-liners always better. Okay, so let's click that. Now it doesn't work. Look at that. Okay, so let's see what's going on again. Let's view the page source. What have we done wrong this time? Okay, where is the, oh, there's a break tag there, warning, undefined variable data. Okay, that's the reason why, I guess. It's supposed to be row. Sorry about that. That should sort the problem. So refresh and click edit. There we go. Let's remove that 3 and save. Okay, very good. So far so good. Things are working. Let's put the thing for the image here as well. I haven't replaced the image. Let me grab this and put it there. Let me remove that. This is image like that. Okay. And let's refresh. And there we go. Okay. Pretty cool. So this works now. We can edit, we can delete. Now let's try and load a file, this that we don't own. And if I click edit, seems it can work, but even though I try to edit this, it shouldn't actually be successful because this is not my post. And true enough, it doesn't work. Just like when deleting, if I try to delete this, it won't actually delete. So that's good. So the next step is just to hide these guys. So let's make sure we hide them if the user does not own this post. So we can put a simple if statement and just say if we know the current user is in a session, but it's also possible that we are not actually logged in, right? So the only question is to check, first of all, if we are logged in. Let's go to functions here, and we do have a function that checks for logged in users. So this is very convenient. Let's say if logged in, and at the same time the session user ID is equal to the current row is which is the post, the user ID. If those are the same, then it means I actually own this. So let's put a PHP and if like that to end that if statement. Let's push those over. Let's see if it's actually working. Let's refresh. Those guys are gone. But if I go to a post that I actually own, they are here, which is cool. Now the thing is, this is quite a long if statement. It would be nice to just say I own content or something. So we can go to the functions here and go back to post, and we can just check this, copy this right here, go to functions. You can create a simple function called I own post like that, because you could be using this quite a bit. So in this one, we can put the post ID, for example. What can we put here? Actually, maybe just the post row itself. So let's throw in that row of a post, just in case we need to. So first of all, let's return false. If none of the if statements work, we return false. Then let's put one if statement here and say, here I'll just say if logged in. Actually, this whole if statement right here, where is this? Copy that. Let's bring that here. So if logged in and session ID, blah, 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 let's return true in that case, right? So now we just need to, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there's a row that comes from there. So that's great. So I just need to copy that, come back here, and then I would just have to put this here like that. All right, and that's great. If I own post, and there it is, it still works just fine. Let's go back to this one, and things work just fine. Now we can remove this edit and delete button on the index page to avoid confusion. So let's go to the index page. Let's go to the my post.js. Here where we're loading the post, we no longer need to deal with the action buttons here. So I can remove this whole part over here. Boom. All right, and then I can also go to like delete and edit button, just remove those. Then I can finally go to the, okay, let's save that. Go to the index page and where are we? Right here. I can remove this whole part and save. So if I now refresh, I have an error. That's probably because the file did not refresh. So here just put v2 to reload the JavaScript file and everything works. That's fine. So every time you suspect that your code is not being your code is okay but doesn't seem to work, just change the version number here so that it will. This is a reason why in all my tutorials usually I don't use external JavaScript files, because it can be very frustrating for the someone who is learning how to do JavaScript to use external files, because they are cached by the browser. But the advantage of using external files is the errors. It can always show you where the errors are when you have an error. So if, for example, I go back to v1 right there and we refresh, this time it has done its job quite well. So I guess I can give an example. We'll see when we get an error anyway. So now that we are good with this, wait a second. Here I don't have the same link. Let me add that. Let's go to the single post, and on the image, on this one, let's change that to an A tag. Let's put an href, and this one goes to profile.php. ID is equal to, and then here I can put my PHP tags and add row. This goes to user actually. And then ID, and then close that, close the tag like so. Now it's possible this may not exist, so let's put 2 question marks for no safe and put a 0 to say if this doesn't exist, put a 0 instead. So refresh, and now we can click to go to the user profile. Okay, so everything here seems to be working fine, except the commenting section that does not exist yet. All right. So we can deal with the comments next, exactly like this. Actually, probably should have left the edit and delete stuff for it to work with the comments. So let me go back for a second here and undo what I just did. Oops, I think I went a bit too far. Yeah, must have gone a bit too far. Oops, okay, I'll leave it with that. So what I want to do is copy all of this. This is in my post.js. So I'll go to the JS, right click, new file, and paste. So save this as my comment.js. Then now I can redo what I did here to delete those things. Then come back to the index page and undo here as well. I want to keep the edit and delete buttons for future reference. So this is fine. Then let me grab this postcard template here. Copy this. Then I can redo to delete what I had deleted. Then that template I grabbed, I have to go to my comments.js and paste somewhere. Oh, not comments.js, but post.php where there are comments. So this is a comment right here. Let me put this anywhere. I just want to keep it for safekeeping. So postcard right there. It's hidden anyway, so not a big deal. Really what I need is just this part down here. Okay, so let's refresh. And there we go. So now we need to be able to load comments. Now the thing is, comments, if you look at these comments here, they're quite similar to posts. So the only difference is that we need to know which comment belongs to which post. That's all, really. So what I'm going to do is, in our table here, in the posts table, that's exactly where our comments will be as well. So posts and comments will be exactly in the same table. The only difference is we're going to add an extra column to notify us that this is actually a comment and this is a post. So let's go to structure here. Because if we created another table, we'd be repeating ourselves because it's exactly the same columns. Now you can create a separate table. That's up to you if you want comments to be in there. Sometimes that makes things easier, but for me, this is fine. Now instead of adding something to tell us if it's a comment or not, we're just going to add a column called parent like that. Okay, so this parent underscore ID like that, just so we know it's a parent ID. The default value will be 0 like that because there's no post with ID 0, so that works fine. And let's save that. So we've added an extra column. Let's add an index to it because we'll be using it to read from the database. Let's go to browse. Now you see everyone, the parent ID is 0. So the only thing is now, if we add a post that has a parent ID that's greater than 0, then we know it's a comment. And the parent will be the ID of the post here that it belongs to. So let's say, for example, I write a comment and it belongs to post number 2, which has ID 2. Then that will have its own ID, of course, but then the parent ID will be equal to 2. For every comment on this post, the parent ID will be equal to 2. And that's how we're going to know where that comment belongs. The rest remains the same. Okay. So now what I want to do is just replicate what we have here for comments, for posts, but now it's going to be for here. So let's go back to, wait a second. So in posts here, there's on the index page here, there's a part where we are loading posts, right? And where is that part? It's called a section. Yeah, this one right here, JS posts. So I'm going to grab this and copy it. And here it will start with loading comments. So copy that. Let's come back to, let me move this here since I'll be using it quite a bit. Okay. So there's comments here. There's a place to add comments. And then there's this part, which is one comment. So I'll wrap this inside this section. I'm trying to replicate what I did on the other side so that the JavaScript will work seamlessly as well. I don't have to edit much. Then let me grab this closing section and bring it down here. All right. Okay, so let me move these guys in like so. Instead of loading posts, this will be loading comments. And then here, JS posts, I'll change that to JS comments. And then I'll grab this template for the comment, cut, and I'll put it here in the template. This will be my template. All right. So it still has class 42, as you can see here. Then there's class 45. So pretty much the same thing. So what I want to do is move what I've done from here to there. So let me grab this class JS card hide. Let me maybe not hide it just yet. So I'm just going to copy this. You just want to see how it looks like. So copy that. Instead of post, every reference to post will be rewritten as comment. Like that. Okay. Comment card. And then what else? We have this JS profile link. Copy. That remains the same. This was changed to an A tag, so I'll change that to an A tag, of course. And then put an href with a hash there. That's exactly. Let's remove the break tag over here, like so. Even this one. All right, so I have replicated this. This is JS image. Let me copy that and put it over here. And there's JS username. Let me grab this whole thing here, since it's the same class name anyway. Paste. And what else? Class 49, there's JS date. Let me grab that. This one here, replace. JS post, class 15. Hopefully it's the same there as well. It's the same, so there we go. And what else? This we don't have there. Oh, we do. Comments. Wait, what is happening? Oh, there's comments there which shouldn't be there. So this should be replaced by the edit and delete. So I'll grab these guys instead and replace this part with those guys. That's edit and delete. Action buttons. Okay, so comment link shouldn't be added at all. Okay, so it seems I have replaced what I needed. There's a style here missing for the appearance, if we need that. Let me grab it from the index style here, including the hide as well. So copy. Let's go to post. Where is our style? The hide is there, but the animation wasn't, so that's great. So back to the comment template. Let me change that to comment as well. And then finally I can delete the original post template so that only the comment template remains. Let me see it now. It's down here, so it looks great, just in the wrong place. Let's put a hide class there so that we don't see it anymore. That's great. So now it starts with loading comments. Very cool. But if the comments are not found, then it should say no comments found. Now we need to load in the my comments JS. So here, instead of my post, let's load in my comment.js. Let's edit the my comment.js. All references to post should be changed to comment. So for example, here we have my comment. That's the object name now. Also in the posts table here, wherever we are referencing, where are we here? Okay, that will come back, that will come later. Let me move this down here. So every reference to my post should change to my comment. So I'm just going to Control D to select all references of my post anywhere and change that to my comment. That's half the work done right there. So instead of load posts as well, that will be load comments. So let's change all references, load comments. Okay, that way it's more precise. And what else? JS post input should be comment input. Let's see if there's any more references of this. So JS post will be JS comment, right there. Okay, what else? There's a page number, so let's add that page number as well. Let me go down here. Let me copy page number, come back to post here, right above this. We need a page number to know. I don't need this home page thingy. We need a page number so that we know what page of comments we are on. So back to index here, let me go up there and grab this part so we can reuse it here as well, like so. Okay, great. So back to my comment.js. Actually in the post.js here, post.php, let me come to the part where the text area where we add the comment. I want to compare it with this part right here. So if a user is logged in or not logged in, they should see this part as well. So let's put that if statement as well. So only people who are logged in can write comments. So this part should actually be a form. So let me do this. Paste. Where are we? Is it class 42? Yes, it is. So I should just copy this entire thing here since it's the same class and put it there. Boom. And make sure I close that form tag. Okay. And there's class 43. This is fine. Name should be post because we are sending to the same table. So here this should be post actually. In the table, whether it's a comment or not, the column name is post. So let's grab this JS post input class and let's put it there. But then instead of post, that has to change to comment. Okay. Next, what do we have to deal with? The rest seems fine. Let's put an else statement and put this right here. Copy. Let's come down here and else statement. There we go. Let's move these guys over. So if you're not logged in, here it's going to say click to log in and comment, right? Something like that. So clearly we need the login and sign up. So there's the sign up one. Let's add the login as well. That way we can log in if we are not logged in. All right, so that seems to be fine. Very cool. So let's refresh and see what happens. Okay, so loading comments, nothing comes up. So let's try in the JS comment here at the bottom here, it tries to run my comment.load comments, right? But then let's see, view comments, load comments. So this is what we're sending, the page number, load comments as the type. This is great. Everything seems to be on point. Now, only thing I need to do now is go to the Ajax side, because there's no load comments if statement here. There's load posts, but not load comments. So let's duplicate the load posts, Ctrl+Shift+D, and change it to comment. So now it's load comments, and everything else remains the same really. We are still selecting from posts like that. And now we need an extra piece of data. So instead of just the user ID or the page number, we now need the post ID as well. So let me duplicate that and just write post ID. We need to know what post this is that we are reading from. So here when we say selector from posts, we can add a where clause where the parent, right, parent ID is equal to the post ID. Okay, like that. Great, that should work. What else do we need to change here? These things remain the same. User owns, selector from users, this is fine. Everything here is fine. Success, true. Okay, so everything else remains the same. We just have to supply the post ID. So we can do that by how exactly are we getting the other post ID? So I will add the post ID here. Post_ID should be the same as the post ID, which we are getting right from there. Okay, so that's great. Let's come back here and say post ID. Okay, which means in the my comments here, we should be able to add it here. So page number, let me just do post ID. And if we don't know the post ID, instead of 1, we will put a 0. Just so we know there's no post ID with 0. At least that's a good default value. And so when we are reading, even when we are submitting and creating a comment, we need to know the post ID as well. So let's say post_ID. That way we add it as a parent. So here I'm going to say my comment dot post ID. Okay, great. So same thing here. I will copy this guy. We need it when loading comments as well to add it here. Post ID, page number, data type, blah blah blah. Okay, seems right. Okie doke. Very right. So back here, let's try again. Loading comments. If comments fail to load, where is this? The post holder should have no posts found. Instead, let's change that to no comments found. Okay. So why isn't it working so far? The best way to find out is to inspect the element and see what errors we have in our console. And we don't seem to have any errors at all. So this is not great. It just means there are no comments, I guess. Let's see if rows, type of object. If not, then we get that. Okay, but I still want to see exactly what the result is. So I'll remove those. I'll remove that. Okay, so it's not refreshing, which tells me that this has expired. So let me just change that to 2 so that it the browser doesn't cache Doesn't seem like it's a caching problem at all. Okay, so why isn't that working? I'll leave the 2 there. Let me go back to my comments.js. I think there's an if statement here that this should only work on the home page. So let me remove that so that the comments can load instantly. Okay, very good. It says no comments found. But there's an error here that I'm seeing. Query selector is null. Let's figure that out. Click that and at least it shows me where the error is because it's a separate file. So this is page number, right? So we don't know where page number is. Great. Let's go back to the index.php and page number is right about here. So grab that. I actually need to just copy these guys like as they are. Go to posts and there's a part with next, this one right here. So paste that. Instead of my posts, let's change those to my comment. That should work fine. Refresh and you see page 1. If we inspect now, we don't see any errors of any kind. This is awesomeness. So no comments found, everything is cool. Now we need to try and add a comment here. So we need to go to the Ajax Inc. and create a situation for that. So just the add post, we will need all these: edit post, delete post, wait a minute, the add post. You know, repeating ourselves with edit, delete, blah, blah, blah. We could repeat ourselves for simplicity because they are from the same table. So editing a post is the same as technically editing a comment. So it shouldn't be much different. But the message is different though. So anyway, due to the small changes, I will just duplicate these guys. So it's easier to edit in future in case you want to separate the two. So let me call it add comment. The rest of these remain the same, really. The only difference is now we need to have a post ID. We will receive a post ID in this case. We don't need to add slashes here. We can just convert it to an int, I guess, because we know the post ID is an int. And so we're going to say insert into posts, post date, and then finally at the end here we can add the parent. It's called parent ID, right? Which will be represented by the post ID. Like that. Okay, great. Where user IDs, go to user ID. We should add parent ID as well, and parent ID is equal to parent ID. Oh wait, no, post ID, sorry. Underscore. All right. So that we grab the right thing, which is the comment. So your comment was created successfully. Very cool. So as a result, let's go back to the my comments.js here on this submit. Where is the submit? There we go. Comment input, please check your internet, blah, 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 load comments. Okay, seems like it could actually work. So let's try here. Let's say first comment, and let's try that. Okay, nothing happened. Okay, I think the problem is we have not told the form not to submit. Oh, it says my post here, so it should be my comment. submit. Okay, so that's why. So let's refresh and say first comment by Mary. Let's try that. Okay. Okay, so comments created successfully, but if I refresh, no comments found. Let's check in here and see what we've written in the table. So click what's happening. Okay, my first comment by Mary, everything is fine, but the post ID, the parent ID wasn't saved. So I guess that's the problem. So let's delete that. So let's figure out why this is. Back to J. So insert into posts. So it seems post ID was not sent properly. So back here to the post.php, where is post ID? It's right there. So we know the post ID here is fine. And right at the end, var post ID equals post ID. And let's confirm this by viewing the page source. In the JavaScript, we should be able to see, where is this? Edit post. Post ID is 6 right there. Okay, so that's correct. And let's go to my comment.js. There's post ID there, type of post ID. If it's undefined, we put 0, otherwise we put post ID. Okay, so to confirm what post ID is in JavaScript, we can just refresh the page, inspect the element, go to console, and then in here just type, let me close this part. In the console just type post ID like that, and it has written a 6, so which means everything is correct in there. Okay, so it has the correct value. So then the problem is, I guess, when we get here, what is happening? Let me remove these brackets. Int post ID. So when we insert its parent ID, the column name, yes. So what's wrong? Post ID, post ID. Okay, here I just want to echo the post ID. Let's see, or instead, let me echo the query. So let's just do echo query. That way we'll see it on the results side here, because we can check what's in the console. So let me refresh. And let's try again. A comment by Mary. And let's try that. Go. Okay, so this is what I get. Load comments. Ah, right. Those load comments. Those this. Okay, let me put a 3 here just to make sure that my comments.js is being loaded properly. Okay, and once I submit, okay, the console.log is off. That's why. Okay, I wanted to see what it returns. So let's refresh. Let's try another comment by Mary. Let's try that. Okay, so here's the result of that. Success true. The query is, what is this? Parent 0. This is very strange. Let me go back here. There's load comments, add post Okay, that's why. It's going to the add post section, which it shouldn't. Alright, so let's get back here and see what's going on. That's because here it says add post. So let's change that to add comment. Okay, I think that will solve the problem. So that was the issue. So we say a real comment by Mary. Let's try this. Okay, seems to have worked because now we don't see the no comments found. Let's inspect the element and see what errors we have. So template.query blah 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 is off. So let's click there to see the error. The error is right here. So it can't find this, right? Is no. So JS comment, JS date, JS. Okay, so that one is JS post, I think. Let me go down here and see JS post. If I go to post here in the template, it's JS comment card, and then there's JS post here. Okay, so this part I think is the one that's missing. So let's go back to JS. No, the template. Wait, this is correct. JS comment card. Okay, so what's wrong? So the file is saved quite okay, so I can mute that part. But this here, query JS comment. Let me see. Is there any JS comment? Oh, that's why. It's JS post. Okay, so I'll leave it as, maybe I'll edit it here instead. Instead of post, I'll just say comment here. So it's easy to find. Okay, if I refresh now, it should work fine. Let's see, console.log. There's another no value. Where is that? Let's click. Comment link. I think it's post link there. Oh yeah, the thing is we don't have that link thing because we are not clicking to go to any comments. So let's remove that. Okay, let's try again. Okay, finally comment has loaded. Look at that. Very nice. Now if I go to the home page, I'll see those other comments. A real comment by Mary, real comment. These were accidentally created, so we can delete them. Oh, look at that. Now we can't delete anything. Okay, let's see what's going on. Console, if I click delete, my post is not defined. Why? What has happened on the single post thing here? Oh yeah, we replaced it. So we need both here actually. So my comment and my post, like that. Okay. Because we need my post for the edit and delete buttons here. So if I click delete, there it is. If I click edit, let me just add something just to confirm that it works. Okay. And a real comment here. Actually, let me just delete this here. Okay, post not found. It should probably revert to the home page, I guess. So that's up to you what you want to do with this information. Let me edit this. Let me just change it to post, right? Let's go here. Now, one more thing I want to add is in the structure here, I want to add the comment count. So I'll add one more column. I'll say comments. This should just be the number of comments. Let's add a default value of 0 and save. Okay. We can put an index here because you may want to load by comment count. That's up to you. And let's go back to the home page. Now that we have a comment column, we can write on the comments number here. Wait a minute, on the index page. There's where is this? Where there's a link, loading posts. Where am I? Here, where it says comments. Should put a 0 there, like so. So there's JS comment link. I'll do this, comments. Let me go to the JS post section, and here where I'm loading posts, comment link right there. Let me do this. Here I will say dot inner HTML is equal to comments, like that. But then I'll concatenate the comment count, so say plus, and I'll actually put maybe a bracket, opening bracket, then here I will put a closing bracket. But then also I will add a variable in the middle, and that variable will be the comments column. Actually, since I've used this, I can just use the tilde key instead of these, like that, and then remove this, like so, and the plus, like that. Okay. That should do it. So if I now refresh, I should see zeros here. Comments 0, 0, 0. And then what I should do now is in the Ajax Inc., when you add a comment, since we already know this is the post ID, right? Right there. What we can do is, once we grab that we can count how many comments are here. So let me do this as count how many comments on this post. So we can run a query that says select. Instead of select all columns, we can use a count aggregate like this to tell it to count how many columns are there. And then what column name we're going to give it, we just call it num. So we say as num from posts where parent ID is equal to whatever the post ID is at that time, right? Like that. Okay, so every comment from that post. And then I can say I'll call it result and run this on the query function and run that query like so. So if there was a result, that is, if there was none, we just leave it be. If there was a result, we will run another query. Okay, that will update the count. So here we're going to say this query will be equal to, but first before we run that query, I want to grab that number that I got. That number will be equal to res, the first result, and it will be contained in a column named num because that's the alias I gave it. So say query is equal to update posts set set comments is equal to the num where are we setting these comments, where the ID of the post, right, where the ID is equal to and this one is post ID, and say limit 1. Since we are just accessing one column, we're just updating one column, updating its number of comments, just like that. So hopefully that works. Let's give it a shot. Let's see, let's look for a post that has a comment. I don't really know. What post number is that? Let's go to browse here. Wait a second. Parent ID? How is it possible that none of these have a comment? This is insane. Anyway, let's try a real comment by Mary. Haven't I done this before? Okay, so there is one comment at least. Yes, so parent ID is 11, comments 1. So it does record, you see, there's a comment on this one. You can tell there's one comment. Let's try a second comment. Right, a second comment by Mary. Now comments, I guess, have to run top bottom like this, but let's see what's happening here. We should have a 2 there, that's 2, and another comment there, which is great. So you see this, a second comment, a real comment by Mary. They should swap because comments go top to bottom. So let's do that on the my comments.js, and I have to loop in the opposite direction here. So let me try that for loop, that is so-called improved for loop, that loops in the bar from top to bottom. So I grab these guys, this guy here, and put that there. Boom. And let me remove that. Hopefully it can swap these guys. If a real comment should be on top, let's try that. And wait. How did this not change at all? A second comment. Oh yeah, it did change. So a real comment, second comment. Let's try a third comment. Should go to the bottom. Voila, third comment down here. Okay, so things are working as intended. We have comments here. Now the only problem is if I go to my home page, I will see these comments here as posts. So we need to change this by going to the Ajax Inc. where we load posts. So let's see which one is load posts. Load posts, load comments. No, that's fine. Where is load posts? There it is, right there. So selector from posts, we should say where. It's very important. Where the parent ID is equal to 0. So only those are actual posts, right? So let's come back and let's refresh. So all the comments are gone. Good. So at least you can see this guy has 3 comments. And indeed, there are 3 comments. Very cool. If I add a comment on this one, a comment on, let's comment, boom, 1 comment there. See that? Go to the home page. This has 1 comment. This has 3 comments. Yeah, great. Now, if you don't want these guys to show where there's a 0 like that, let me go to index page. We can remove that 0 there. Let's see if that solves the problem. No, it does not. Okay. Let's go to the post.js when loading the posts here. And we have this comments plus that. Now you can simply check to see if comments contains a value higher than 0. And then that's the only time you do this replacement. So you say if, by just doing that, if comments like so, that should suffice. So let's refresh. Okay, so things are not changing because of that caching issue again. So let's just change that to a number 3, just so it's different. And let's load that. Oops. Apparently it's not the caching issue. Okay, so back to my post.js. So what we do is, if comments is greater than 0, let's be very explicit on that. Okay, what's going on now? This is weird. If this is greater than 0, right. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so let's just put those brackets like this and say else. Let's grab those guys over there. Let's remove that like so. Okay, that way we replace with the correct value. Okay, so there we go. No comments, comments 3, just comments 1. That way you can eliminate that 0. Alright, so things are working great here. We just need next and previous pages here as well for the comments. There is .next.previous. So if I go to post here and there's this part comment previous, oh, actually that should work already. So let me click next. Look at that, page 2, page 1. Okay, so everything is working as intended. Very cool. So yeah, this is it. Now let me try and log out, and let me copy this part, the link to that. Let me log out. Okay, so here I'm not logged in. Oh, I didn't need to copy that. I can simply click on this, and there we go. Click to log in and comment. So here I can't comment when I'm not logged in, but I can see what's going on like that. Right, everything seems to work well. Let's try and log in this time. Email at email.com, password, and login. Successfully logged in, and now I can comment. Look at that, very great. Let me try a comment by, let's try that. Okay, it's down here. And now you can see it shows me the edit and delete because this is my comment. But I can't see that on these other ones because it's not mine. If then I try to log in as a different person, let's log in as Mary this time. Right. Let's go to the comment section. Now I can see edit and delete for the others, but not for this one. So everything seems to be working as intended. Yeah, which is awesomeness. So what's really remaining here is editing of the profile, and we can call it a day because comments are working, pagination is working. The only thing remaining is the profile page. So let's get to that. Okay, so let's deal with the profile now. So I'm going to click here, and this is what we get. Now I wanted to just load the profile of the person that's actually logged in at the time. So let's go to functions first of all. Let me close all files here for a second. Let me go to functions.php. Now, the same way we created I own a post, we can also do the same for profile. So I'm going to do this. All right. So instead of I own post, we say I own profile. Okay. Then there's a row of a profile. This remains the same. User ID. Instead of user ID here, this time it's just ID there. That's the only difference, really. So we're comparing the ID of the profile to the one that's in the session, and that's it. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, let's go to profile.php. Here we should be logged in order to see this, so that's good. We have that security feature, that's great, but we need to read from the ID. So in the same way we read from the post, we need that ID and read. So I'm just gonna copy everything from here, go to profile and paste like that. So instead of profile ID or post ID, I want to deal with user ID. So I'm going to say user underscore ID will be from the ID, or it will be 0. Now instead of putting a 0, what I want is, if the ID does not exist, we load the profile of the user that's currently logged in. So we can do that by checking our session file, and there we'll say user, because at this point we know they are logged in right there, so that is available. So if this is not, let's use that, but if this is available, let's start with that. So that's the user ID, and then here we say select all from users, where the ID is equal to user ID, limit 1. Everything good. ID, user ID, select. We don't need to repeat this because the user already exists. Yeah, I may need this get image. Anyway, I'll read it from there. So all I needed to do was just say row, get the first result. That's it. And so let's get down to business. Now the post part starts with failed alert. I don't know whether we'll use these at all, but after the header, this is the part with the profile, I guess. So what I can do is, since these guys are in here already, let's put an if statement right about here. Instead of repeating myself, I can go to the post section and grab that if statement. If row, that's the one right there. So this div ends there, so that's where I'll put my end if. Great. Let's move these guys away. Inward, like so. So here there is an else statement, and if, wait. That has an else statement, which is right about here. So back to profile. This is the one right here. Let me add the else here. So let's change that to profile not found. That's it. So let's refresh. Now, if I do ID is equal to 10, I know there's no profile 10, and there we go, profile not found. So that's working. Great. Okay, so here that the profile is found, let's remove that break tag. Oh, we didn't put a bio anywhere, did we? Oh, we did? Where is the users table? Users. We don't have a bio for some reason. Okay, let me go to structure, add one more, and we're gonna use a bio. This one is text, and accept no or empty values, save. Great. So if I go to browse, bio is no, but that's fine. So here now we start to add, say, echo row username, right? In the bio, oops, this is quite long. Where does it end? Yep, let's do bio. And don't forget to add HTML entities here, special charts. HTML special charts. Also new line to, no, not on this one, I guess. What else? Logout. User.logout, that's fine. What else is here? It's quite limited. Mary, there's no bio. And then there's these links, logout. Now, the edit and maybe logout, these two actually should only exist if you own the profile. So what we're gonna do is edit profile, logout. These two here, we're gonna put an if statement. If I own profile, let's put in that row. And yeah. And if like that. So let's see here. I do own this profile. Now, if I go to home, there are profiles I don't own, like this one. So that doesn't show there. So that's how you can hide things. And then, let me go back here. And then for the image as well, I need to do get image. Get image function. Close that. In here, I'll put my row image like that. That way, that's what I see if I don't have a profile image. Okay, cool. So this is all we need to do for this. Also, I forgot there's Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube links. So let's add that to the structure. So I'm going to add 3 more columns. Go. I should select no to accept empty values for these guys. So say, I'll just call it Facebook. You can call them Facebook _ link, but I'm too lazy for that. Twitter and YouTube. Actually, I could have just typed YT, TW, FB. That's even better. More lazy. TW, YT, even better. These are variable characters because we're just going to put the link to those pages. I think I can put a length of 100. You can increase it. That's up to you. Accept no values and hit save. Okay, great. So now here I can add those links to these guys. So this is an I tag. Let me do this to shorten them. Now I don't know how this will work if I add an A tag here, href, and close that, go to the end and close the A tag. Let's see how that works. Oh, still works. For now, I will put, let's see, row. One of them is FB, I know for sure. Let me close that. The other one is TW, the other one is YT. Alrighty then. Okay, so they are empty, but that's fine. Okay, so that's our profile right there, and it changes accordingly, so that's great. So when I'm on mine, I can click edit profile and I should see this. So in the same way we did there, everything should work the same. So I'm going to grab all of this here. I know this other part is already there, so go to profile settings, paste, nothing changes here really. The only difference is we only allow you to access your own page. So we remove this get variable here, so you can only access your own user profile for the settings, that is. Okay, so that's loaded. Let's do the same thing where we say if empty. So down here, profile settings, yeah, starting from here, I guess. Paste, and let's look for that else statement, copy. If for some reason the thing is not found, we get that else statement, profile not found. Okay, but let me push everything else in. All right, great. Now for the image, for example, source, I'll do get image, close that, row, image. Okay, what have I done wrong? Okay, that shouldn't exist. Then we close that there. All right. Okay, good. The rest of these, we just have to look at the value of the input. Oh, we don't put a value for the password, so I'm just gonna do this. Say value, bam. Oops, I have to echo that. So that's for username. This one is for email. Okay. These ones will be left empty, and the retype password left empty. Okay, so Mary, email, leave to keyboard password. That's great. Now when I click here, I want to load an image. So at this point, this should be a form. So let me put form down here, and same as here. The method, oops, is post. But because we are loading an image, you have to change the encoding type to multipart /form_data. Okay, without this part you can't upload images, so just keep that in mind. Let's refresh. Good. Now on the image thing here, there's an input, which is this one. So I want to put both inside a label. And what that enables me to do is that if I click on the label, if I click on the image, it's as good as clicking on the input, because whatever is inside the label becomes like one unit. So if I click on the image, it's like clicking on this. So when you click on this, usually you see a file opening thing. So if I click on this now, that's what I get. But let's put a cursor on this one. Let's put style, oops, and say cursor pointer. That way at least the user can know to click on this thing. Boom. All right, and once that's clicked, we should load an image. So I can put some script tags in here to add some JavaScript. So let's create a function. Maybe not. Let's just do this instead of, let's do some shortcuts. Yeah. So we'll say on the change event of this one, whenever we add a new image, actually maybe a function is better because we can do much more. So back to the script tags. Say function, I'm going to call this display image. this one is, we'll have a file there that is sent. And on this one, I want to name this. This has a class. I'll name it JS. I'll just name it JS image for now. So we'll say let img, that's the image, is equal to document dot query selector point JS image. Okay. So say image dot source is equal to file. Now this file is the one that was added in here. So on the here on change, we're going to run this display image function, and then we'll send in a file. Now the file is inside the files property of this input, so we'll say files 0. But we have to tell it we're talking about this input, so say this.files.0. Files is an array because you can add several files, but we just get the first one that was added. Even if the user selects many files, we just get one and send it here. And then that will be part of the image source, but we can't just add the file as an image source. We have to convert it to a blob or something. So we can use the URL function dot create. There's a function inside it called create object URL, like this, and then you wrap in whatever blob file you've added in there, like that. So create object URL, bam, and then it will be part of this. But the file has to be of a certain type. So let's add an array of allowed types, right? So that we just don't add any file type here. So there's image/JPEG, that's one, or we can add image/PNG, that's acceptable, right? We can also add image/WebP, etc. So add as many as you want over here, and then we're going to say if file dot type, I think it's type, if not file type. So file dot type, wait a minute, if allowed dot includes file dot type, right? Then let's do, actually let's return, let's put a not here. If allowed does not include this current file type, then return. But we should also tell the user that this is not an allowed type, so say alert you can say that file type is not allowed. That's up to you. So refresh, let's click, let's try something that's not allowed. That file type is not allowed. Okay, so I guess it does work. Let's go to desktop, images, so I can grab an actual image, and there it is. Look at that, very cool. Very nice. Interesting, good. Let's remove this. All right, so things are working as intended. Now, once we submit this, this doesn't go to the Ajax side, it just goes right about here. So let's do some stuff here. There's user ID. Okay, so right after this, let me go to the Ajax file. I just want to copy this part here, the if statement. Too lazy to type, so paste. And let me remove the data type here. We don't need that. and let's close that here. Okay, so here we update. Let's run a query, and the query is update users. That's the table set. So what are things we're going to update? Obviously the username, when the username, the email, the bio, the YouTube, the Twitter, and the FB, right? What else? Probably the image as well. But before we update those, let's do this. Yeah. So here I have to repeat myself like that. Email is equal to and the list goes on and on. And this is the terrible part about programming. It's just tedious. It's just typing most of the time. So it's tedious when you already know what you want to type, but it's quite an amount to type. Anyway, so all that is set, and let me put image as well because it's part of it. So image, and then we'll say a limit 1, right? But we need a where clause, right? So we'll say where ID is equal to the user ID. Okay. Very cool. Then we just simply run the query like that. And then we need to refresh this page. So we'll say header, location, profile settings.php, and then die. Okay, so we refresh, so that once you try to refresh the page, it doesn't ask you to save things again, right? Cool. Now we just need to grab all these items from here. So let me grab this, except for image, and grab them from the post variable, like that. So let's do this, let's do that. Okay. Sorry. Let's go to the end and let's put some post variables here. Like that. And here, oops. Add slashes to sanitize them. So at the end here. That way, in case any of these contain special characters, they will be escaped with a slash. That's what add slashes does. That way they don't cause SQL injection problems. Okay, so here we'll put email, bio, YouTube, link, Twitter link, and FB link. All right. What about the image? Now the thing is, image may or may not exist. So what we'll do is we're going to ask the question, if not empty image, then let's run this query instead. I'll move this here. So we have one query here that has no image, right? Then if the image is not empty, then run this one that has the image as well. Okay, then great. We change the query to this one. So we need to create an image thingy here. The others are okay. Let me go back to the inputs here. They already have names. Okay, that's good. They do have names, so this is great. Now, before anything else, let's just confirm that this works. So I'll put Mary2 here and click save. And it seems to have saved. Now if I go to the home page, it's Mary2. Look at that. Very cool. But here it doesn't change because we have to authenticate after doing this. So before we change the header, I guess we have to authenticate. Okay, what I can do here is just say, let me create a variable to show me that. Oh no, I can't do that actually. Weird. Huh. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just grab this, put it here. Alright, that way I can authenticate again. Go back to profile settings. Let me put this here. Let me put a 0 there. Okay, so what I'm doing here is after running the query, I read from the table, grab the new edited version and then authenticate that and then refresh the page. That way to change that there. So let's try that. I'll just say Mary2 like this and say save. And as you can see, it has changed there as well. So better technique. There we go. There it is changed as well. So now let's deal with the password as well. Just like the image here. Okay. So that's the only thing remaining, to change the image and to change the password as well. And after that, it's all done. So let's start by dealing with the password first here. Now, since there are many options here, for example, the query can have a password or not, and it can have an image or not, and it can also it can have maybe the password and the image missing at the same time. So what we can do instead is, let's add, instead of putting a new query here, excuse me, because the only difference with this query and this one is this extra line here, right there. So I'm just going to copy that line and remove everything else. So what I would do is I would say image string is equal to, and then let me paste that like so. Okay, I'll leave an extra space here just in case. Then this time I can just move the query down here, and then what I can do now is just add image string to that. So at the start, I'll say image string is equal to an empty string like that, and then let me move this over there, right about here, and then add image string there. So that way, if it's empty, it will just be empty. If it has extra stuff, it will add that extra stuff there. So in the same way, we have image string here, I will also add the password string like that. Okay, that way if we want to include the password, we can include it as well. So I'm just going to move that like so. Change the word image to password like that. Okay, so if not empty password, then password. That way we can add, make sure that comma is there so that when we add, it just adds a comma to the end like that. Okay, now we need to validate our data as well. So we didn't do any data validation. So wait a second. In the Ajax signup, if raw, okay, so we did some basic validation here. Now, if you want more in-depth validation, I have tutorials. Just check form validation tutorial on my channel, and that will show you how to do more extensive validation. But for now, all we need is to know whether the password was added, and if so, let's see, password. So we're gonna check to see and say if not empty post password. Okay, so if the password thing is not empty, then we're going to set password to something. So password is equal to password hash. Okay, so let's hash the string that we were given, which is in the post password with password default like that. That way now password will exist, and then this will not be empty anymore. Then it will add that password there to that string. And before we do this, we need to, let me add some simple validation here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable called errors and set it to an empty array. Then I can simply add errors to that. So here I can say if post password is not equal to post retype password. If these two are not the same, then inside errors, we're gonna add to a key named password, we're going to say passwords do not match. Now you can use this as universal data validation. That way you put you just check for errors and you add them in there, and then we only run this if errors is empty. If empty errors like that, then this is when we can run everything else. So let me move this down to the bottom. Okay, so we only redirect if there were no errors, and we save the information there, like so. Okay. So yeah, passwords. And also, if for example the image, or maybe you want a username to be very specific in a specific way, maybe you don't want numbers in there, you can put another if statement and say if here you can use a preg match. Like I said, there's a different tutorial that you can watch for specific validation and stuff to avoid these problems. Maybe the email is not valid, so let's try. We can say filter var, for example. We're filtering the variable called email, and the filter we're using is called filter validate email. Okay, so if not, oops, what have I done? Say if not filter var email, then at this point you can add an error to there and say, let's call this one email, and say please enter a valid email, or email is not valid. So for as long as you add things to the error, then it won't run here instead. So that will work for validation. Then you can add more validation for the username. Maybe you don't want it to have numbers in there. You can do something like, for example, let's duplicate that. You can say username username can't have numbers. So here, instead of filter var, you can use preg match. Preg match, because preg match uses a pattern, so you can use regular expressions. So let's say A to Z, capital A to capital Z, all that is okay. Maybe you want spaces in the username, you can put a space. But yep, this way at least you know it doesn't have numbers. So let's put that $sign at the end to show that to the end or from the beginning with a caret like that. And then of course let's put a plus here so that it can validate everything. And here we put what's that, username, like so. So yeah, if any of these are not well validated, then errors will be a variable that will not be empty. And then once we go down here, we can simply display these errors somewhere here. Now I wanted to remove the, actually these guys are not very useful here. What I want though is to grab this. Let's go down up here. Something like this. Now I can display this when, if not empty, so let me just copy that. But I'm talking about errors there. So if there are errors, so what I'm going to do here is just use the explode function. So not the explode, actually the implode function converts a an array into a string. So I'm imploding that and putting this in between, a break tag between those items. That way they are listed properly. And let me close with an end if here. All right, like so. Okay, so if there are any errors, they will show there. So let's try this out. So let's say I put some numbers in the thingy here and press enter. Username can't have numbers, so that's correct. But undefined variable bio 20, 21, 22, where is that? Okay, so I forgot to add these inputs. So let me grab the username here. I will use that as our template. So copy. These passwords, so you can add these as you wish. So maybe let me put an HR tag here. Put 1, 2, 3. And here I'll say Facebook link. Twitter link, and finally YouTube link. And yep, This one is FB. This one is TW. This one is YT. Wait, what? FB, TW, YT. These are not required, so let's remove this required stuff. And let's get back placeholder. Let's put that. Let's put that. Let's put that. Okay. So let's refresh. Let's try this again. Let's try one more time. Okay. Oh, because I'm sending the same information. Okay, so click again. It should disappear now. That's great. So now here you can put a Facebook link. So it has to be https://facebook.com or something. I don't know. You can say youtube.com. Let's put that link over there. Just for testing, right? Let me save. Seems to have saved. Let's cancel here. Oh. Where should cancel take me? Cancel should take me to profile.php. But the reason it's not is because buttons here are submit. So I should change its type to button. That way it won't submit the form, because right now it was doing a submit. So here if I click now, this will indeed open a YouTube link. But to avoid that, let's go back to profile itself. Instead of opening in the same tab, we have to change the target and say underscore blank. I'm not sure what the correct spelling is, but or maybe new. You can put new, I think. Should it be blank or should it be new? I'm not even sure at this point. But let's try it. I'm gonna go to cancel and let's try this. Okay, it opens a new tab, which is great. Okay, so that's working. Let's see what error we get for if I put numbers there now. Save. It says undefined bio. Okay, so bio is undefined. So let's do something for the bio. Let's duplicate these guys. I'll say bio, and here instead I'll put a text area like so, and let's try and use the same class. Actually, let me just grab all of these in here, move there, and I can delete what I don't need. So value, for example, goes in between these guys. And since this is a text area, it matters what's in between. So let me move those guys like so. Let's remove that value. Here, let's put bio. And the name also is bio. Type is not needed for this. Okay, let's see what we've got. So it says username can't have numbers. Okay, that's great. Oh, what's going on here? What's with bio? There's an input here. Oh, okay. So let me remove that input. Let's refresh. Okay. This is my bio text, or my bio info. Seems to have not saved. That's because this one is loading the YouTube version of things. Okay, there it is. So if I go console, this is my bio. I want to see some errors, and I don't want this to be a valid email. Let's try this. Some numbers as well. Okay, let's hit save. Email is not valid, username can't have numbers. So you see those errors show up there accordingly. Okay, but what about the password? So if I change the password, for example, I say password is Word instead. Actually, let's go up here. And if I try to save this, it will tell me passwords do not match. Okay, that's great. Let's put Word here and Word there. Let's save. And it has saved. But back to profile settings, down here, the password should be of type password here, not text. That way it doesn't show actual text when you type. Okay, so let me see if let's see, that way it looks like this. Word, save. So let's log out console. In fact, console shouldn't be the thing here. This should be back. That makes more sense. Edit, back, log out. So let me try and log in as Mary this time. Let's see if password will work. And it doesn't work. But what about Word? That works now. So as you can see, we can change the profile settings, change all this stuff here, except for the image for now. So let's deal with the image. Okay. So up to profile settings here, we need to deal with it before here so that we can show some errors if the images have errors at all. So upload image. Now we now need to check if the files thing is not empty, because that's where images go. They don't go in the post variables. In the post variable, they go in the files variable. So if not empty, actually, image name, the name of the image. If that's not empty, then there's an image there. But let's check down here to make sure that the input on this one is named image. Okay, so that's great. It is. So the allowed file types are equal to, this is exactly as what we did down here in the allowed. So I'm just going to copy this and put it there like so. Okay, so those are our allowed types. So I'm going to say if in array, if not in array. I want to grab this. That's what I'm looking for. The type, the file type. The haystack is the array, which is allowed. Okay. Then let's throw an error. This will be an image error, and we're going to say image type not supported. Okay. Now you can change this to size, because if you want to limit this, the file size, you can change this to, what else can you deal with? I think for now this is all. then we can do an else here. If that's not the case, then let's upload the image. Now to upload the image, you just say move uploaded file. That's it. The file resides in a place called temp name, tmp_name, and the destination now is the image. So let's do image like so. Now, what is image in this case? Now, you can create a folder so that you store images properly and paste that. So, and grab the file name itself and upload it there. So, let's create our folder name. Folder is equal to uploads, like that. Okay. Now, if the folder does not exist, let's create it. You can check that by saying if file exists. Now, we only care if it does not exist. So let's put the exclamation point. mk directory, that's make directory. So we're going to make the folder. Let's give ourselves permission to put stuff in it. And let's put true for recursive folder creation. In case you write something like this, like that, it will create all the folders needed to get to the folder you want to create. All right, so here we make sure the folder exists. Image will be that, blah, everything's so cool. We move the file. Okay. Now, it's also possible that we could do this and then actually move the file even though we haven't uploaded, because it's possible that there's an error, for example, in the email section, but there's no error here. So we'll actually move the file. So we don't want to do that. We only want to do that if image is not empty here. So we know that the file exists, then we would do this. Move uploaded file from there to the image location. So we only move the file when we know there are no errors. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay, let's test this out. I'm gonna click there to add an image. All right, and let's hit save. And as you can see, the image has stuck, which means now if I go to the home page, you see that's what I see there, okay, for my user. Very nice. Let's log in as a different user. I'm going to go to my profile and log out. Let's log in as the other user, password, the male user. Let's go to here. So here, no bueno. Let me click here, look for a male figure. Where are these photos? Well, I can't find a male photo. Ah, okay, there we go. Let's save that, and there it is. Look at that. Back. Now that's what we got on the home page. This is what we've got. So let me click here. Still, there it is. So as you can see, our forum is working very well. So let's do some tests. Let's start with logging out and creating a completely different user and seeing what happens. So let's log out. All right. So we imagine this is a new user, loads the page. That's the home page, which is the forum. You can change that in the header. Instead of home, maybe it says forum, like that. Okay, it's up to you. And from this, a person can come and check out all the posts that have been posted, go to the next page, no posts found. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, just to make sure that the pagination actually works, Let me go to the Ajax. Where is that? Let's go to Ajax, where we load posts. Where is the load posts? Let me change the limit to 4. I just want to see. So we get 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 posts. If I click next page, okay, so I get new posts. And all right, so pagination actually works. I just had to be sure. So back to 10. So I'm a new user, and this is what I see when I load here. Now, if for example I try to go to the profile.php page, it doesn't work. It just brings me back here. And however, I can try to log in, but since I don't have an account, I'll click to sign up. And here I'll just say John Doe maybe, and then we'll have john@email.com. Password, same as password here. Here I didn't actually validate this to make sure the password is correct, but sign up. Okay, so now John Doe is logged in. Hi, this is my first post as John Doe, and let's post. And there it is, John Doe right there. No comments yet. A comment by John Doe on his own post. Let's comment that, and there it is. Now John Doe can go ahead back to the forum and comment on other people. Hey there, guys. Let's see that. There it is. Now if we go to its profile, we can edit stuff here, like for example the image. Let's edit John's image. Very few images here. I can use few male images, that is. Oh boy. Let's try this one. Save. Okay, back to the forum, and you can see now there's John there with one comment there. Great. He also commented on one of these. Let's see if the image is changed. Very cool. All right, so this actually does it for our tutorial. Hopefully you have learned something, and especially in the area of Ajax and JavaScript, how to combine those two, how to move information between PHP and JavaScript when you need to, and so on, and some techniques on loading and security and stuff. Loading of, for example, these pop-ups like this. I hope you have learned something here as well. Alright, so guys, I will see you in another tutorial where we cover something entirely different. Hope to see you there.